The camera and microphone are in.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Everyone rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to our visitors. Before we go on to our first action item, which is to amend the agenda, I'm going to go ahead and make a few announcements, which will be moving out of order. The first announcement is this is the board's meeting. It's not a public board meeting, it's a board meeting held in public. The second item is that we have gone ahead and sworn in the new trustees, David Quimby and Bob Jones. So they have already taken their oath of office, so they are now voting members of the board. With that being said, we do have an amendment to the agenda. There was a roofing project that was added after the deadline, so we've gone ahead and moved that off of the agenda. With that being said, I will entertain a motion regarding the amendment to the agenda.
I'll move to approve the agenda with the amendment as stated.
Second.
Bring a motion in a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to our mission statement. Mr. Jones, would you like to read the Board of Trustees mission statement?
As soon as I get it up. All right. Lakeland Joint School District Board of Trustees is an elected body of community members committed to serving the honesty and integrity, nurturing and relationship of trust. We hear the voice of our constituents and represent their views of our district. We provide oversight of taxpayer funds through fiscal accountability. We govern through developing, upholding, and advancing policy for the purpose of forging an academic consensus. We create and empower well-rounded citizens while respecting parental authority. We promote individualism, nurture talents, encourage passions, and provide opportunities for the Lakeland Joint School District community.
Thank you. Mr. Quimby, would you like to read the district's mission statement?
Right.
Screen two. Thank you.
The yellow part.
Yes.
Lakeland Joint School District's daily mission is to maximize student learning and ensure every student is growing academically and social, emotionally, and behaviorally every day in all environments.
All right. Do we have any public input at this time? Okay. Already said announcements. Go on to. I will entertain a motion to approve tonight's agenda. We did a motion to amend the agenda.
Yeah, I said I moved to approve the agenda with the amendment as stated.
Oh, all right then. So approved. We're cruising right along.
Yep.
Okay, we've done the oath of office. Now we will go into the annual reorganization of the Board of Trustees of Action and turn the meeting over to the superintendent, Dr. Meyer.
Sorry, I've been waiting all year just to do that. I gotta do it one time a year and that's it.
Okay, so the first thing is I will take nominations for the office of board chair.
I will nominate current board chair, Michelle Thompson, for the coming year as well.
So current board chair Thompson has been nominated. Any other further nominations? Okay. We have voting things. We will have you write them down, but all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we will have you write them down just for the auditing.
So these little slips of paper with her.
Yeah.
Is there,
If you could just put your trustee name in that.
there's one for chair and one for vice chair.
Oh, really?
So just
Make sure
use
you
the one
get the
for
right one.
chair. And this is just for auditing purposes, so we have it in writing. So we have, this is for the minutes. Trustee Quimby has given his vote for board chair Michelle Thompson. Trustee Bain has given her vote for board chair Michelle Thompson. Board chair Thompson has given her vote for board chair Thompson. And trustee Jones has given his vote for board chair Thompson. So board chair, congratulations to board chair Thompson. Okay, now I will hear nominations for the vice chair.
She's not here, but I would like to nominate trustee Ramona Grissom.
Okay, so a nomination for vice chair Grissom. Any other nominations? Okay, so we will, you have another thing? Write down your vote for that. Do you know board chair Thompson if she's willing to accept it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll check in. 'Cause we might- Okay, so for the minutes, trustee Quimby has made a vote for vice chair Grissom. Trustee Jones has given a vote for vice chair Grissom. Trustee Bain has given a vote for vice chair Grissom. And trustee board chair Thompson has given a vote for vice chair Grissom. So congratulations to trustee Grissom for vice chair. And that being said, the gavel goes back over to board chair Thompson.
Something one more time. just-
I only get to go once per year, and that was it. Safe this way. All right. Thank you.
Okay, now we need to make an appointment for the district treasurer. Or we need to appoint the district treasurer. Given that CFO Wallace is the one that provides us with all of the financial information all the time, I think it would be appropriate to appoint CFO Wallace as the treasurer. The treasurer has specific obligations and duties, and we never hear from the treasurer that we appoint. We always hear directly from CFO Wallace.
I agree.
So does anyone have any other input or conversation about the district treasurer that they'd like to add?
Not supposed to be separate,
What do you mean?
two different entities.
I don't know. I know that last year, we asked why we never hear from the treasurer, et cetera, and it's that the treasurer is reporting to CFO Wallace, and so CFO Wallace brings us all the information. But by statute, the treasurer is the one that's supposed to be reporting to us. So I think to keep more in line with the statute, it would be more appropriate to have the CFO, if he's going to assume those duties, than to just have him be the treasurer. I don't know if there is some conflict with that. Do you know of any, Dr. Ryan?
CFO Wallace, do you have any input on that?
Members of the board, congratulations, Chair again. I think, I don't think that statute directly, I'm not sure which, treasures mentioned in several statutes, but anyway, that the intent of that, the treasurer itself had to be the physical person to go to the board at that, and I don't know. I know that school districts in Idaho have many different models. Small districts, often, the treasurer may be also wearing the hat of the board clerk because they're just super small and things like that. Other districts, as they get larger, sometimes my position is not the treasurer, but can be. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with the model we've had for several years. So often I know that we talk from an auditor perspective, is they do like disaggregation of duties and having, some, you don't never want one set of eyes on everything, and we'd still have the disaggregation of duties. So, I think that's how it's been set up for years. Cindy Happy's been the treasurer since she's held that position. Before I was the CFO in here, that's been the model Lakeland has. But actually, for example, when I was at Coeur d'Alene, that's Coeur d'Alene District's model when I first started there. I was the finance operations director, and I had a business manager, Ms. Katie Ebner, who was the treasurer. Now, when I left and came to Lakeland, and Ms. Ebner stayed on and sort of filled my shoes and sort of went up a little bit, they actually kept Ms. Ebner as a treasurer. So, Coeur d'Alene sort of did change their model in that regard. So both are valid and both will work. And so it's sort of what the board is most comfortable with and where you're at. And I think either way.
Maybe just a follow-up. I think Brian's point is well taken, that it's a good idea to have more than one person looking at accounting. Financial activity along in the school district.
Correct. And our internal controls will stay the same. So for example, a lot of the journal entries and stuff like that, Ms. Happy prepares and will do, but that I review each one and initial and sign off as that aggregation. And then that, of course, when the auditors come, they look and see if we're following our process. But yes, so we'll continue to make sure that we have those good internal controls regardless of that model.
Okay, we're not getting rid of her as a
No,
district staff, so. yeah,
no, not
that's-
at all. I'm just trying to find that.
12:30. Policies.
The reports that you bring to us on a monthly basis, those the bills and even the monthly financials, you're the one that prepares those, right? Or does prepare those?
I prepare that monthly report, but I'm generating reports from the system to get the data. And then I sort of make it so I try to summarize it because the system doesn't have a great summary report. So yeah, I've been doing that. Previous years, like when Mr. Tagger was here, Ms. Haffner prepared that report. And I sort of tweaked the format. The bill list is prepared by accounts payable. And then I review that also.
I wonder if somebody's going to view this as a motion of some sort if we do this.
Well, by no account, just in my opinion, it's not a demotion. It's that we've asked for the treasurer to do her reporting to the board and we never see her. We don't. I feel like we appoint someone and then they're in the wind. And that's gone on for 2 years. And so I don't know if Mr. Wallace would feel comfortable with the treasurer reporting like she's supposed to do. Or if he wants to continue to assume to bring all the financials to us, then I think it would be more appropriate to assign him the role as treasurer. It by no account is a detriment or a derogatory thing against Cindy. But we have no relation with her. And yet she's our treasurer. That doesn't make sense. So something needs to change in that perspective. That's my only concern. So we need to decide on who we would like to appoint as a treasurer, district treasurer.
Did we do a motion? Did we do a nomination? Like we did with the,
It is not, it is an action item. So yeah, well, I guess then, is there any more discussion to be had? I mean, because Bob, I hear what you're saying, I do. But there's no, I mean, I can't say the woman's done anything wrong because I don't think what she's done. I don't think she's done anything wrong other than the fact that we're obligated by statute and we have no relationship with her and we're appointing her. That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
we're appointing somebody to come and report to us on a monthly basis. That's what the treasurer does. She's not doing that. It's not that she's negligent in that position. It's just that Mr. Wallace is the one that does that. So why not appoint him as the treasurer? I agree with Michelle in that.
The treasurer's duties specified statute. Brian,
Probably some, not all. I mean, I think if the board chooses to make that change, that we want to make sure that she is an assistant treasurer. As with the bookkeepers at the school, the next motion, be including that, because she works closely with them and helps supervise them in some of their activities as they do the accounting at their level.
But they all also operate under you, right? Everybody.
Correct,
reports to
and
you
so-
ultimately, so that's my opinion is why I would want you to be that.
And so I just don't want her, so I want her to also be an assistant treasurer because she's still going to be involved in some of those activities. That's all.
I guess the point of my question is whether or not we're adding to your routine responsibilities above and beyond what you already do.
No, I think that this is more of, what Trustee Thompson has said, but that we would continue to, as far as our internal controls and operating, it'd be very similar. The only change we might have to do would be, the system signatory on the checks. We'd have to go through that process.
You cleared your throat, so I thought you were.
I might, I don't know if I like that.
If you don't
Because
like that.
in the policies, it states you're supposed to run funds as an extracurricular money, like a business. Having the CFO and the treasurer is the same person doesn't seem like that's right as a business practice.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I mean, I've never run a business, so I don't know. I mean, yeah, CFO of a business, is he the treasurer to you? I don't think
well,
so.
from the perception of the board with what is obligated by the treasurer, that is what's occurring. Even though we appointed Cindy, again, we've never seen from
When she
her.
needs to show up.
Well, that then is also another.
I don't know. I'm just reading the policy.
Would that be possible, Mr. Wallace, for Cindy to come to the meetings and report like she's supposed to? Or do you feel that that's,
I think that, I don't want to speak. for her.
I would like to step in because I discussed this. She has a full 40-hour week.
okay,
CFO Wallace is at a different level, and I feel like this is like a responsibility that he should be here, and he's, to your point, Trustee Bain, he's speaking to the fiscal health of the entire district. So I don't think it would be appropriate to have Cindy Atney come report on that. I think that Trustee Wallace is here for a number of other reasons, and it would be better use of staff times and funds and taxpayer dollars to just have the one person here and not both. That'd be duplicated. So I'm not addressing any of the other things that you brought up, but as far as her coming, I don't think that's a good
Okay.
use of time.
no, I hear what you're saying.
Ask for clarification.
Yeah.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood that the treasurer appointed by the board is the treasurer of the board, not the treasurer of the district necessarily. Is that correct or is that not correct?
That's my understanding. But your understanding is wrong. Is she treasurer of the district?
That's not my understanding. She's a treasurer for the entire school district.
For the district?
And then you appoint those other assistant treasurers, you know, which
Yeah.
are kind of.
Okay.
under
Okay,
each
that
school.
makes sense.
The board itself doesn't physically handle any money.
Correct.
And that is one of the duties of the treasurers, to handle the actual physical handling of income and that sort of thing.
Right, I mean, the treasurer typically does the bank rep and things like that. Obviously, she would continue with that role with my oversight as assistant treasurer, how we would.
I am.
Yeah, because I can only speak to what I'm most familiar with, and that's municipal finance. And our finance director is also the city treasurer. I work under him and I am the assistant treasurer. So he's the one that goes to all of the city council meetings and speaks to council regarding finances. So I mean, that's why it just didn't, when I first came on and you were doing it, but found out that you weren't the treasurer, I was a little surprised, but I want us to be in alignment with statute and policy. But it does make more sense to have the treasurer have that ultimate accountability and responsibility
Mhm.
rather than somebody that works. I don't know.
And trustee Bain, yeah, I know that's, definitely cities and schools. I just know that school districts, at least in Idaho, that, I'm not exactly sure, like maybe like a West Ada or a Boise Schools or Lewiston and things like that, how they've done it, but I would not be surprised if West Ada might have their business manager, Jonathan Gillen, or their CFO, that perhaps that he's also the treasurer, I don't know, we could check, but Nancy Larcy of Boise, she may not have been. And I know there are different models, just like with the Coeur d'Alene, and I think they're, at least as a practical matter, as how they've been accepted throughout the state, equally valid. But we certainly want the board to be comfortable with the model.
I've only attended, a couple of board meetings in the last several years. Is the board feeling like you're not getting information that you need? Or it's just a matter of who's presenting?
It's a matter of who's presenting the information. We're appointing someone that we have no relationship with. That's supposed to be reporting to us. That isn't. So I would like that to change. I have no problem with what CFO Wallace provides to us, how he provides it to us. I mean, he gives us all sorts of information, and that's great. But we appointed a treasurer to report to us, and that treasurer is not doing that. And so within our own policy, it says the board may appoint one or more assistant treasurers who shall have such duties as prescribed by the board. Assistant treasurer shall act at and under the control, supervision, and direction of the treasurer. So in the sense, if, appointing Brian as the treasurer and he disseminates all the treasurer responsibilities to Cindy, then that's on their end, but the board has done its due diligence by following the law and appointing a treasurer that actually will be reporting to them. So that's my only frustration. Not that anybody's doing a job incorrectly or that we're not getting information, because that's not the case. It's that the rule specifically states something and we're not following it. So I would just, if we're appointing a treasurer, that is someone like the clerk, we should have a relationship with the treasurer, and we don't. So we do have a relationship with CFO Wallace because he attends every meeting and provides all the information. So I think it is more appropriate to appoint him as the treasurer, and we can appoint Cindy Hackney as assistant treasurer. And then the two of them can determine their duties. Yeah, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, as the treasurer, you're reporting to the board. And so the board knows that the treasurer that we've appointed is doing their job in reporting to us. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Well, and my thing is CFO Wallace is the one that's making recommendations, advising us on the financials for the district. So it only makes sense that he is the treasurer. That's what a treasurer does. So that's.
Any other conversation, David? Then I will, thank you, Brian. I'll entertain a motion regarding the appointment of the district treasurer.
I move to appoint CFO Wallace as district treasurer.
Is there a second to that motion?
Yes. Yes.
I'll second the motion. I never have, so I'll second the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed. I'd like to do some research on it, but I don't know.
Okay.
I would oppose it at this point.
Then having 2 yeses and 2 noes, motion fails. Entertain another motion if anyone has regarding the appointment of district treasurer. Is there further discussion that could be had on the conversation?
Yeah, I would move we appoint Cindy Hackney as the treasurer, and then we enter over the next year or so, maybe I'll get a different.
Okay.
I second that.
Bring the motion in a second. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, having 2 yeses and 2 noes, motion gets.
Can we table it till next meeting, because trustee Grissom will be back?
That would
And
be
that way
great.
it also gives trustee Quimby time to research a couple of weeks
Perfect.
if he wants.
Okay, then
If that's
I,
enough time for.
I will make a motion to table the appointment of the district treasurer till the next duly noted board meeting.
Which we don't know the date, because you have to vote on that tonight.
Correct. Yeah.
Just want to be clear.
Not a word.
I'll second that.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? David, did you vote?
Yes.
Okay,
That's it.
all right. Hearing none, the motion carries.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yes,
Can I please ask who made the motion?
I did.
You did, okay, thank you.
Next, moving on, we have the resolution 2022-01-13 that provides for the appointment of assistant treasurers and designated signatories for each respective school.
I would move approval of the list as presented.
I will second that.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
May I ask please for a roll call vote on that, as we did other voting, it was suggested by Ms. Cunningham that we do a roll call because it is a, excuse me, considered a resolution and is titled as a resolution.
Okay, then I do believe that the motion needs to be amended because the motion was to approve the list. So
Okay.
I'd like to move, I would like to amend, can I amend his motion? Okay, I'd like to amend the motion for the approval of the resolution 2022-01-13 regarding the appointment of assistant treasurers and designated signatories for each respective school. That being said, I would need a second. Correct? Yeah. Need a second on the motion, on the amended motion.
Second.
We'll go for a roll call.
But and then you have to vote for that.
What?
You have to vote for that. You got a second, so you have to vote for that amendment. Yeah.
So that would be the roll call. Oh, yeah.
No,
Oh,
she has to vote, you have to vote on the amendment, and then you do, and then once that's approved, then you do what you said.
Please technicality.
Yeah, sorry.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. We'll do a roll call vote
Okay,
On the resolution.
on the resolution.
so trustee Quimby.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Bain.
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes. Moving on to the appointment of the clerk of the Board of Trustees. I'll entertain a motion for that position.
I will move to appoint board clerk Janelle Vasquez. Board clerk.
Bring a motion in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on, I will entertain a motion regarding the appointment of a temporary clerk in the absence of the clerk of the board. For conversation purposes.
She's looking the other way.
For conversation purposes, previously, HR Director Cunningham was nominated because she was previously the clerk of the board. And she, I believe, is the only employee in the district that has been. Is that correct? Okay.
So there isn't necessarily anyone that's walked in her shoes aside for HR Director Cunningham. And we do promise her that we would never call on her, but the position hasn't been filled.
You never know.
You never know.
I would move the appointment.
Okay, I'll second.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Next year it's you.
Next, we do need to appoint a custodian of records. Anyone have any conversation on that or discussion?
Once again, is there someone who's done that in the past?
Currently, that position is typically assigned to the clerk of the board. It doesn't have to be, but that is traditionally how it's been done in the 2 years that I've been here, so.
I think that's correct.
I'll move to appoint Janelle Vasquez as the custodian of records.
I second that.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next, we need to set the date, time, and location of the regular school board meetings. It is proposed that they remain on Thursdays. Now, I would like to entertain some conversation.
And I think that Clerk Vasquez just did that just because that's what's done. She was just
Oh,
doing
yeah,
that.
I know.
She's not
She didn't do this as this
Yeah.
is what we're doing.
Yeah.
She just followed the template from last year.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, no, not at all. Okay. I am curious. I've checked the other districts and none of the other districts run 2 meetings a month. And it's not that I don't think we have to, I just, in doing my own personal research, I don't understand why we have to do 2 meetings a month. I would like to go down to 1 regular meeting a month, and then if we need to have a second or third or fourth meeting, then we just label those special meetings and everybody knows. That's my opinion. And I don't know, I mean, I don't know if everyone's okay with the Thursday meeting, if you'd like to move it to another day of the week. Now's the time to discuss it, so.
I think your point's well taken. My understanding is the second meeting of the month is kind of optional things. Is that
Yeah.
not correct or?
No, that's true.
It's supposed to be optional, but we always have it.
Oh.
So that's to me not optional, that's
Always on the calendar.
it's an appeasement of me. Cause last year I asked them to add the word optional in hopes that we wouldn't need to do 2 meetings a month, but we have traditionally done 2 meetings a month with the exception of November and December, and I believe August, maybe sometimes July, it just depends. The summer months, we try to not monopolize the time, but the summer months are also the time when, there could be more productive work done if need be for whatever needs to be productively worked on.
Yeah, before school starts
Yeah.
again, to have all of our ducks in a row before school. But yeah, no,
Well, I mean, I checked Coeur d'Alene's calendar, and Coeur d'Alene's calendar only, because we do traditionally compare ourselves with Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls. Coeur d'Alene only has 1 meeting, but then some months they have several special meetings. And then, of course, COVID has made everything kind of winky because of what we had to do to comply with what we said we were gonna do. Post Falls, same thing, they do it a lot differently than everybody else, but I don't know, I just, a lot of what we do at both meetings, I think could be accomplished in 1, with the exception, of course, of the action items. And I would think that the district, if there is something pressing, if it's a student matter, if it's, something that we really need the board to get approved, then by all means, I don't see why we just can't call the special meeting, especially to address something specific like that.
My concern about, I realize you guys only want your volunteers and you want to only meet once a month. My concern is that we have curriculum and we have policy committee that's going to start back up again. Dr. Pasley is going to be in charge and we want to get through those. Also curriculum first reads and second reads, and people are waiting on those. So if we only have one meeting a month, it'll, I would suggest that our curriculum only have one read and not two, and the board be given ample time to look through that, but then they're approved at the next meeting. And then the board policies will just be taking longer, but that's, as long as that's okay with the board, that's okay with us. I fear the one meeting will be really long instead of two shorter meetings, but that's just my experience.
Sounds like they're all long anyhow.
With respect to that, I don't know that some meetings have been
From what I've
expected to be
heard.
short.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't
They're all
know.
long, right?
They have
Every
been.
meeting.
No, we have one that was pretty quick.
We do our best to keep them short, but sometimes things require in-depth conversations. But
I would not have a problem continuing with the same format that you have, where the second meeting is optional, but keep it truly optional. Because I hear what you're saying.
respecting that, what does that mean? I mean,
Yeah.
how do we?
Well, if, yeah, it's on an as-needed basis, I guess you and the superintendent determine whether or not there's enough agenda to make a meeting worthwhile, so it's kind of up to two of you. If you hear what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying.
Sounds like it'll be a 1-to-1 vote. She'll not have it. I'll have it.
Who will be our tiebreaker?
Yeah. Yes.
I would share with you, I have some concern about the time of the meetings.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, when they start or how long they are, or both? Okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Maybe there's some reason for the 5 o'clock hour. I just, if there is, I'm not sure. I'd like to hear what it is. At my house, 6 o'clock is the dinner hour. I'm kind of an old farmer boy. If you don't show up for dinner at 6 o'clock, you don't get your dinner.
Well, we don't want that, so.
So, but, and I would be happy to meet, earlier in the afternoon, that maybe isn't convenient for some folks, or used to meeting at 7 o'clock in the evening. Or whatever. 5 just seems odd to me. But maybe there's a reason for it.
Is there a reason for it?
Well, when we have executive session, we often have to we have a student hearing or something where we need to have an employee come, and we don't know what time the meeting's gonna get done. If we have external people that come, we always do it at 4, because that gives them time to be here and the time we have to be done. So that would be a 4 to 5. And Trustee Bain, not to put her on the spot, but this also, when she was elected or appointed the position, part of it is her work schedule, and to get here from Post Falls, we kind of all agreed as a group at that time. I know it's different makeup now, but that 5 o'clock would be work with her work schedule. If we start at 7, there are a lot of people here that work all day and then come and stay till late if they're already long meetings. I fear that starting at 7 would be, some people might be asleep. when we're having a meeting.
Okay, I can respect that. Something else that I would toss out there is I'm not opposed to having, if we have to have an executive session, if we start our meetings later, if we have to have an executive session, just bumping that to the next day and just calling a meeting for an executive session. That's always an option. The agendas are, they got better, but they are loaded. I'm trying to streamline that and get it more into control. But I just think there's other options that we can utilize that we haven't, such as having more than, running an executive session parallel to or not parallel, but on the next day. Instead of, because I don't mind starting later, starting earlier, I can, independent, my schedule is kind of all over the place. But I do respect Trustee Bain because she is important.
And you're off at regular hours, 5 o'clock.
At 5, yeah. So I just take a short lunch.
Yeah.
So that I can hear.
I don't mind if we want to bump them to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. You know, Dr. Meyer cringes at the thought of a Monday, but that would not be healthy for the district. So Tuesday, Wednesday, or Friday, I mean, if we want to bump them to a different day of the week, that's definitely an option.
Thursday was fine. Yeah, that issue. I did have obligations on Tuesday nights frequently.
Okay,
I'm good, anytime. Actually, Wednesday would work good, until wrestling's over. Because of travel. Sometimes we have tournaments on Friday,
how long is the wrestling season?
and the end of February, so it's almost over,
Okay, but then when does it start again?
not till next year.
Wait a minute, won't it start again in 2022, like in the fall?
Yeah.
No. So when does it start? Is it start in,
October or November,
it starts in November? Okay. So
last till the end of February. But I'm good, I'm good. We only leave for a couple tournaments on Thursday nights.
Okay. I'm not just doing Friday, but, I don't know what the, I don't know if this is for things. on
Nope, we could do Wednesdays.
That's what it is. Okay. Okay, so I guess the first point is, do we want to move the meetings from Thursday to Wednesday, or shall we keep them on Thursdays? What I've heard.
He's good Wednesdays, I'm good Wednesdays, are you good Wednesdays?
Wednesdays, so let's move them to Wednesdays.
We're good.
Okay. Then, that being said, the way the calendar reads, if we remove the second meeting, we can do as many special meetings throughout the week as we want, or throughout the month,
Or don't want.
or don't want. Yeah, if we don't want them, then we don't have to hold them. I just need to know if we want to keep them on the schedule as stated optional regular meeting. I'm a little concerned because I know when this is posted and it states a regular meeting, I believe we're obligated to hold them. That's just based on what I read from the statute. But if they're not on the calendar, then we can hold a meeting and call it whenever we want. So I need to know what you guys would like to do.
Our specials on 24-hour notice.
I think so.
48.
Specials are 24.
Are they 20? They're not 48. I thought emergency was 24. Specials are different than emergencies.
From what I understand, specials are 24. The only ones that are 48 are being
Okay.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you know, if you want to go to one meeting a month, great, that suits me fine.
You be able to agree if we do that.
Yeah, and then if we just have other issues, then we.
I have no problem
Yeah,
calling a
special
special meeting.
Yep.
Yeah.
The only thing I would ask is that for the curriculum piece, that the board consider not having a second read, and that we give you ample time to ask questions, and we could, even ask questions individually, so that it could happen, because we promised the teachers that it wasn't going to be
A long drawn out.
a long
Yeah.
drawn process.
I get that. What I would ask then is because, agenda planning typically occurs just a week before the meeting, so that's not giving any extra time. If we could have the curriculum meeting when they come up with your list of, hey, these are things, just send it out to the trustees so they've got it. Then that way, when we do come to the meeting, we're more prepared than just having, the few days before the meeting to be prepared.
Yep.
I think that could create a better working relationship than, yes.
If we do that, are you okay with us adding to that list because we might send you the list, 3 weeks before the meeting and then get something a week later. Are you okay with us adding to that?
I don't see a problem with that as long as it's clearly, say updated and this is the only update, because I don't want to have to scroll through the whole list to figure out what the update is.
We could highlight it.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
So I'm just thinking from a system standpoint, if we, give the teachers a deadline, principals a deadline, because then we have the parent piece of that, we've been sending those out to parents, and so then if I put that together, send it to you, can I send it to parents at the same time? So you're all looking at it at the same time, or would you prefer that I wait, you look at it first, and then I'm sending it to parents for feedback before you take a vote? Because typically I bring it to a first read, you
Right.
guys look at it, then I send it to parents, and then I send you that feedback. So I just don't want to forget the parents in that mix.
Well, I think if you've got a list, how long do you give the parents for their feedback? Is it a week?
2 weeks, it's between each. I send it the Friday after, so I will send out the first read tomorrow, and then they have until the Tuesday before we post that I can give you that feedback. So it's 2 weeks essentially. Week and a half.
Okay, well, I think that, I mean, when you're sending us the list, if you're sending out the feedback to the parents at that time, and then as long as we have the feedback, in the appropriate timeline of before the meeting, then we've got something to look at to say, okay, parents have looked at it, nobody has, a significant glaring concern, or they do, we can see it right then, right there, and it'll be good for this.
So reasonable a week before you guys are actually gonna be, so maybe I'll have all the parent feedback ready when we come for planning, so that you have that. I can send it out to you that day.
Well, board planning usually occurs about a week before, but, well, I guess what I'm saying is you can establish whatever system you feel would be appropriate, but we have to have it by, so we're moving to Wednesday. So we have to have it by Monday
Okay.
so that the board has the allotted time to review everything. Does that sound okay?
Special meetings are 24 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Regular meetings are 48 hours.
Chair Thompson, can I ask another question, please?
Mhm.
The time of the month was not established, so typically the meetings are the second Thursday, the second and the fourth Thursday. So if you guys would please discuss the timing of the meetings within the month.
Yeah, we're
not
not done with that.
Okay.
They just interjected for the curriculum. Dr. Meyer wanted to make sure that was addressed.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've moved the meeting to Wednesday.
Regular meeting would be on the second Wednesday of each month.
That's what I would think, yes.
Yeah.
Would be the second Wednesday.
As needed.
Special meetings as needed. So that could be the first or the second week or the third or fourth. Yeah. Which then leads us to what time shall we start the meetings?
I could live with the 5 if that's what it would be for, that's not a big issue. It just was a curious time, I thought.
Yeah, it's a curious time to me too. When I was first elected, they were at 5, so I had to work it out with my employer at that time. But now my schedule is a little more flexible, but yeah, if everyone's okay with leaving it at 5, or we can bump it to 6.
Is it hard for you to get here?
Do you want us to
No,
go to 5:30?
I'm good with the 5 o'clock. That is not a problem at all.
Okay,
If you guys want to move it a little bit later, that's fine too.
okay.
I'm happy.
Okay.
I'm happy just to be here.
5:30 would be a nice compromise. Is that what I hear you saying?
Is that what you want? So you can eat dinner at 4:30 and be here by 5:30? Okay.
Okay, we can bump them to 5:30. So the meetings will be second Wednesday of the month at 5:30.
Thank you.
Mhm. With all other dates available for a special meeting. So since we have made modifications and set a new date schedule, time schedule, and the location will remain in our boardroom, I'll entertain a motion regarding the date, time, and location of our regular board meetings.
I move that we set our regular board meetings for the second Wednesday of each month at 5:30 with the ability to schedule special meetings any other day.
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to the Code of Ethics. We all have before us the Code of Ethics. Okay, yeah, we typically will read through them, just sort of round robining it, going as quickly as we can, so that we all can hear them and then decide. Code of Ethics for school board members. As a member of my local board of trustees, I will serve to improve public education, and to that end, I will attend all regularly scheduled board meetings insofar as possible, having read my packet, ensuring that I am informed about the issues to be considered at the meeting.
Recognize that the board must comply with open meeting law and only has authority to make decisions at official board meetings.
Make all decisions based on available facts and by independent judgment. Refuse to surrender that judgment to individuals or special interest groups.
Understand that the board makes decisions as a team. Individual board members may not commit the board to any action unless so authorized by official board action.
Recognize that decisions are made by a majority vote and the outcome should be supported by all board members.
Acknowledge that policy decisions are a primary function of the board and should be made after full discussion at publicly held board meetings, recognizing that authority to administer policy rests with the superintendent.
Be open, fair, and honest, no hidden agendas, and respect the right of other board members to have opinions and ideas which differ from mine.
Recognize that the superintendent or the administrator is the board advisor and should be present at all meetings except when the board is considering the superintendent's evaluation, contract, or salary.
Understand the chain of command and refer problems or complaints to the proper administrative office while refraining from communication that may create conditions of bias should a concern ever rise to the attention of the board as a hearings panel.
Keep abreast of important developments in educational trends, research, and practices by individual study and through participation in programs providing such information.
Respect the right of the public to be informed about district decisions and school operations.
Understand that I will receive information that is confidential and cannot be shared.
Give staff the respect and consideration due skilled professional employees and support the employment of those best qualified to serve as district staff while insisting on regular and impartial evaluation of all staff.
Present personal criticism of district operations to the superintendent or administrator, not to district staff or to a board meeting.
Refuse to use my board position for personal or family gain or prestige. I will announce any conflicts of interest before board action is taken.
Remember always that my first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of the students attending the public schools.
The last item regarding the reorganization of trustees is our online streaming. When prior to COVID, we never did any online out there in the world for the world to see. COVID came, we then went to the online platform. At last year's meeting, we never addressed the online platform, so we had to continue because it's what we were doing. What we do need to talk about and consider is our online presence. Are we going to continue to live stream? If we are, it's been recommended that we make some allowance for the fact that if we have a technical difficulty, what are we doing? Are we stopping the meeting? Are we going to continue the meeting? Those boundaries need to be established now, because if we've set the precedent that we will just keep going, then we need to just keep going. I believe, according to the Attorney General's office, prior belief was, or prior precedent was that if the meeting gets interrupted, you have to stop the meeting until you can get back up online, because that was the operation we were working under. So I don't know what everyone's opinion is about doing the live stream. We've had different options. We were doing it, or we are doing it by Zoom, but now we can do it on YouTube. Is that correct? Yeah, there's the option to actually just live stream it onto YouTube. We could just record our meetings so that other people can go back at their leisure and watch the meeting. It's not that they're here, but they can still watch and see what occurred. I personally like that option as opposed to doing a whole live stream because of the potential for technical difficulties when live streaming. But I do think it is critically important to have the video just for a reference check to go back if we need to clarify what was said or what occurred. You've got the record instead of just, well, my recollection is. But I don't know what everybody else's thoughts or opinions are on that matter.
I like that.
Yes,
So the live stream is an actual recording. It just records directly to YouTube. So it does stay there.
okay. My option would be just to record it, not live.
Right, yeah, and I would concur with it.
Okay, okay. I mean, people can still come. We are open for business. But then, of course, if something happens COVID wise and we get put back on some sort of a lockdown, we could readdress it. But to start this year out, since we're completely open, I think we should be just recording the meetings and then uploading them for people to review at their leisure.
Have you had feedback over the course of the last year or so? How many people are looking at it, or do we have any data collection on that sort of thing?
I don't know if we have any data collection. I know that as the board, I don't think we've solicited for that, but I can tell you that, what's that?
I think Dean can answer.
On Zoom, it's more difficult if we had switched to a YouTube platform. There are channel controls and analytics that you can kind of view to see a whole bunch of things that are not as available on Zoom without kind of paying directly to it or paying for additional services or something like that. Also, if you were just recording it on your previous point and not live streaming it through YouTube, it would simplify everything that you have over there and limit technical difficulties drastically, in my opinion.
Oh,
So
great.
it kind of, that would serve a lot of different needs.
Okay, well, that's exciting to hear. So, but I can say that, in the meetings, I've glanced over and there are people that are there. So there are people that do, log, it's on that computer. There's a little,
Oh, I see.
yeah, because it's, and we only have the one camera sitting right there, which I think should probably, yes, there's some. Now, this is our first organizational
Got
meeting.
a lot of
so-
interest.
Tonight, yes.
That's, I think, typically out of the ordinary
It is.
for there to be that
Yes.
many
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
watching.
There's
live.
only that many, COVID wise and, when hot topics are being discussed.
Yeah.
But providing, there is room for people to come in and sit. But providing an opportunity for them to just watch it when convenient, I think is important. So they can still remain informed. But I think it would be more beneficial just to record the meetings, not necessarily live stream them. But that is my opinion.
I would just say, my own experience, I've gone back and watched some of the board meetings on YouTube, but you can do that at leisure.
Right.
As opposed to having to watch the board meeting during dinner, for example.
Yeah, that's not good dinner entertainment.
I personally like this.
Dinner and a show. Listen to it. Okay. And even when they're live stream, they are still there for future, but for someone that wasn't able to live stream. But if we just cut it out, make it simple, and so we can make sure the public's fully aware that we are no longer going to be live streaming, that they're more than welcome to come to the district office and sit through the meeting if they want that live action, or when the meeting's over, they can go ahead and watch the meeting.
So would you like a motion of some sort?
Oh, I believe we will need to make a motion on this. I just didn't know if anyone had any further conversation.
I do not.
So that being said, yes, I would like a motion regarding our online presence, online streaming.
I would move that we switch from the live streaming of meetings to just a recording that would be uploaded later.
I would second that with a question. How soon after the meeting time would that be available?
Mhm.
24 hours, most likely, or less.
Thank you.
All right, hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Board Chair Thompson, before you go on,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to clarify out loud. With the vote on the second Wednesdays of the month for the board meetings,
Yes,
does that mean the January 27th meeting is canceled? Because,
well, the January 27th meeting was never approved.
okay, so we're not, I just want to clarify, so we're not.
Well, I believe you and I can have conversation as to whether or not we need to have one
Okay.
to transition us over into February. God, that's enough.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay.
Special.
We'll have a special. I'm good with
It
that.
could be special on the 27th.
We just had some things on the agenda, but maybe we can wait till there is, so I'll double check with everyone and then talk to you.
Okay, perfect. Right, moving on to report and presentation agenda. The first is the subcommittee math curricular advisory committee report by Dr. Pasley and Mrs. Essex.
Everyone, congratulations. Trustee Board Chair Thompson for being reelected. So we are getting into the fun part for me of all of the data from just having months of teachers piloting different math curriculums. So I've included in here, just for your guys' information, all the qualitative pieces that we're using. So along the way, every month that we've been meeting, parents have been able to kind of annotate whatever and give a synopsis of the things that they've seen, or as they've gone on, just experienced. Some parents have gone into classrooms. The elementary has their own reflection sheet, and as does the middle school. For the parents and students that are participating in the pilot programs, we are going to send out a questionnaire of just their experience using the math programs from the lens of the student, from the lens of the parent. So we'll start compiling that data. We have set up a schedule. On the 20th, we are going to visit Lakewood Middle School, and on the 21st, we are going to 3 elementary schools to just visit some of these pilots in action and have parents be able to see them, with the teachers and the kids, and just, see them being implemented. I invite any and all of you guys to attend. If you want, I can send you the schedule and see if it works in your, your guys' day to schedule that. I have another parent that it works better for her to do the 31st, so I'm going to do a separate observation, so she can go into classrooms as well. So that's our kind of qualitative piece. So we'll start compiling all that data. And then our quantitative piece is the teachers. We started this in December. They're using this whole month to start compiling all of their data within that rubric. And then Lisa and I will start pulling all of that together and do kind of the data compilation from the rubric. And then we'll have all the diagnostic data, and all of the schools are giving it in January. So we'll pull all of that data, present it to the team in February, and then hopefully from that be able to start talking about a recommendation to bring to the board. So, and for our 2 new trustees, these were all the access points, so parents could go in and look at all the programs that we're piloting. So here's the usernames and the passwords. So if you guys would like to kind of go in there and view and check those out, you can as well. And if you need any help, just let me know. I can help you. And again, coming into the observations, if you guys want to come in and see the classrooms, the math, the pilots in action would be great too. Here are the programs we are piloting for elementary and for intermediate. And then again, you have in all those login codes. And then our next meeting is scheduled for January 20th. So, and that will just be us pulling, helping teachers with the rubric and getting all the data and parents and making sure everyone's good to go for the next steps. And then February will be all of us viewing all of that data. And then hopefully we'll come to a consensus. Great. This is the fun part. I'm really excited about going through all the data.
Does anybody have any comments or questions?
If I may,
Yes, please.
for Dave and I, we're the novices here.
Mhm.
I think I saw 3 different programs at each of the 2 levels, is that correct? And all 3 of those are being piloted in different classrooms by different teachers.
Different grade levels too.
Off the top of your head, how much difference is there among the 3 different ones at each level?
I will speak to the secondary, the 3 secondary programs. They're all very similar in the way that they're structured with their alignment to the math standards and the way that they embed the mathematical practices that are part of the standards. The difference really is in kind of the sequence. How, so mid-school math, for example, that program is written in such a way that the sequence doesn't matter and teachers can manipulate the sequence and put it in whatever order makes the most sense to them. The other 2 really kind of build upon each other. So the way that they're put together, there's not quite that latitude. And then where the differences lie is just some of the extras that the different programs have. So mid-school math has a component that the teachers love and the kids love, and it allows kids to use the mathematical standards that they're learning and the mathematical practices that they're practicing in a real life application model in a scenario. They're all 3 digital. Mid-school math has student workbooks, so we could purchase small workbooks for them if it was something that we wanted. They also, the teachers from the digital platform have the opportunity to print out the pages that they would want kids to do in hard copy. Our kids are really good at the middle level at using their scratch paper and they like working on the computer. It's very interesting to watch them do math that way, but they're very proficient at it. But I would say those are some of the kind of the highlights of the 3.
Elementary is similar. Scope and sequence is similar in some quarters, and then they may have fractions in second quarter in one program that happens to be in third quarter in another. Each of the programs have different spotlights and things that the teachers like. I think the pilot teachers are really looking at the assessments and the assessment tool. I think that will be a big factor in their decision and just the accessibility and the usability for them. But they each have their strengths, and then, again, it's going to be the perfect role that you could put all of those together and it would make the perfect program. So, but each of them have pieces that people like. So we're going to rate it and see which one has the most of what we need, how they rate that. So it'll be interesting.
What they're finding is that no matter what program they're piloting, they're having to do some supplementing because there is no perfect program. As Lynn said, at the middle level, if they could write their own program, they would take these 3 and melt them together because there are things about all 3 of them they love.
I think consistently all 6 programs though has the rigor that we needed that we were missing prior to this. And so we're definitely seeing that jump in expectation, which is the true fidelity of the standard that we should be teaching. So again, the rigors, I would say all 6 of them have the rigor we need, but it'll be interesting to hear teachers' feedback.
For the sake of those kids who are going through this experimental year, you have relative confidence that by the end of the year, all the kids will be reaching this level of achievement standards that they should be, and variation there.
So most of our teachers have, multiple math blocks. And so that's always the concern from all of the teachers anytime we're doing any kind of pilot. Like they do not want to have it be a year where we're experimenting, and that's the actual word they use. And so we just really talked about
we're gonna have a block of time where we're trying something, but best practice, we're gonna always go back to what we know and what we do really well to ensure that we're teaching the standards to fidelity and we're ensuring that kids are learning, that we're not creating gaps by doing the pilot. So we've been super protective in ensuring that didn't happen.
And I would encourage you both to look at the rubric. It's very research-based, evidence-based, and it's used internationally, and they've done a really good job.
It's really, and it's all linked in here for you. You also have at the very bottom, it's a running agenda.
Common Core.
So you can go through all the common, what's it say, common?
No.
No, he's
Is it
asking
from-
it.
It's the Idaho state math standards. But you can go through the agenda and see all of the meeting notes and everything that we've talked about and from the start to now.
Now, you have an evaluation instrument you're going to be using. Is that right?
That's
Is
the
that an
rubric.
ongoing thing, or is that going to be done at some point?
We've begun that, the teachers have been going through that rubric, beginning in December.
Okay.
When we come together on the 20th, the expectation is they've all completed that and we're gonna start talking about.
So you had
some of
any
that.
preliminary feedback on that?
On the rubric itself?
Yeah.
No, I've had several people just reach out and have a couple of questions, just logistical kinds of questions, but not specific to the feedback. I feel like we went over it in great detail. We had one meeting where it was just exploratory looking at it. And if you have any questions, a couple of people have asked if I could just come over and walk them through it. So I feel like everybody feels confident that they can fill it out with fidelity.
Thank you for your presentations. Moving on to staff reports, we have the financial presentation by CFO Wallace.
All right, Chair Thompson, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. So it's the monthly financial report, and of course, it's for last month, December, that we have the most recent numbers on. You can see on the revenue side that for the monthly activity, when you look at a $36 million budget for the general fund, that we only received $380,000, which is just a little bit of state categorical and some property taxes. So that, you know, but this is the time of year when our revenues, you know, really don't come in until February. It's very typical. You know, we're at about half of our revenues compared to budget for the year, which is similar to previous years. If you look down, I mean, it always sort of depends when some things come in and property taxes get collected, but we're tracking similar to previous years, which is good. The expenditure side, things have, you know, at this time of the budget year, you know, when you're hiring done and you know, positions filled, that, you know, we're right around in the general fund, $3 million worth of expenditures, with the vast majority, and I'll just go to the object chart here in a sec, is, you know, salaries and benefits. And that, you know, we'll see that number pretty much for the rest of the year, each month, because it won't vary. There's some peaks and valleys when you might have some, you know, coaching salaries go up a little bit one month, or you had a large purchase that sort of came through, but generally salary and benefits are rolling through each month. There aren't any surprises. If you look at our year-to-date compared to the last 2 years, we're at 39.99. It's very similar to last 2 years, which is really good news. You know, I think we're doing a good job in controlling our expenditures and staying within our budget. Though one thing, again, the revenue side is where we've had the biggest questions from the state level. And I think the trustees know, but maybe Trustee Quimby and Trustee Jones, being their first time, don't know that, you know, previously for many years, we've been paid by the state by average daily attendance. You know, it's not just that the student is enrolled, but they have to show up. And the state last year, because of COVID, they allowed us to use enrollment, that if they're a current student, but maybe just absent a few days, we still got to count them 100%. And so that was a temporary rule, and the State Board of Education just last month approved to continue enrollment for the year. So for us, that is a very positive sign for every district in the state. If you look, I'll go to the enrollment. And you can see, just for example, you know, as the one day in time that this represents, we're at 90%, where traditionally, you know, enrollment's at 95%. So, and we've had some days, as you've seen in previous months, that we have had the 95, but we've definitely had many days where we're traditionally not hitting that 95 out of 100 kids attending. So being able to use an enrollment number financially, it will be a real positive for the district. For budget, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds on how, you know, the state funds this for this presentation. But we're, you know, enrollment attendance generates funding units. And so I budgeted 213 units. Last year we earned with enrollment 220. 7 units is considerable. That's, you figure that's probably about $750,000, $800,000 in difference. So I anticipate we're on attendance, we're going to earn less. And with, given that, we built budget on that 213. Well, I'm sure we will, when we find out in February, when our numbers come out, as the state gets all our data from November is what this is based on. So our first 10 weeks of attendance or now enrollment. Our units will be 220 or likely higher because we have more kids than last year.
Right.
So for us, it's going to be, I think, significant, and it's good news that we'll have some of those revenues, and we'll have more information in a couple months. So when we build budget, and I'll go to here, I have, there it is. I can't really highlight, but you know, we sort of, because of that reduction in units, that we built a budget that we thought we might take a little bit of a hit for the year and go in the red. Right now, with not having numbers, if I had to, you know, guess, just because I'm old and I've done this for a while, that we will not be in the red, would be my guess at the end of the year because of that change, which is good news. So we should do better than budget. We have the charts here. If anybody has a question, we just break it down by program. And the chart has the same data, sort of how our money is coded in the system. You know, we also, I think the best way to look at how we spend our money is by object, just salary, benefit, purchase services, supplies and materials, and any capital. And you know, the red represents where we are year to date, blue represents budget, and the green is just a month. And so, you know, each month our green is going to be right about the same as far as the 3 million. But, you know, as we're moving forward, you can see that we're not quite halfway through the year. So we're not quite on the red halfway through the year expenditures, but we're moving along the line. But there's no surprises. There's good news on the financial side of enrollment. And so from a fiscal perspective, that's really good. And then here for questions.
So get the money per kid this year, no matter what, as long as they're enrolled.
Yeah, and we report every month, like but we still do counts every day. So every day, we literally, well, we upload once a month. You know, so if a student came in this day from, you know, Arizona, that would add to the books. But if another one left and went to Coeur d'Alene or something, then they're off the books. So, you know, it comes up and down. So for like this shows, you know, last month we had on the books, we had 4,703. That was in November. Oh no, that was actually in December, because I did this in December 1st. And then we actually increased to 4,710. So, you know, each month it goes up and down. Actually, it's typical. This time of year, we usually start losing some kids. We've been keeping them, so that's good. So yeah, that now that, and it used to be though that the kid would only be, if we had, you know, our attendance though, we had 47 students enrolled, but only 4,239 showed up. So previous, you know, pre-COVID, we got paid on the 4,239.
Right.
And sort of an average over the year, right? Now we're going to get our average of this number, which
Right.
is it's a big deal. There's also some other parts of the formula that if a bunch of districts go down, all the districts kick in and sort of provide a floor for their funding. It's called protection, but it's like insurance. We all pay into it as a district. And so our insurance premium this year for that protection would have been pretty significant, maybe 3 to 4% of our funding to cover some of the districts who really had huge drops in attendance. I mean, some of the Treasure Valley districts have been at 80%, you know, or Nampa, West Ada. And when you look at some of those districts from total number of kids in the state, you know, they drive a lot of the funding, those you know, especially West Ada and Boise. So as enrollment will be used, the protection, less districts will be in protection, so our insurance payment will be less. Yeah, exactly. It'll be more like a traditional year, which is really actually pretty nominal. So it's good news across the state. One of the questions for the legislature do they continue this moving forward and make it permanent? At some point, the state board can't keep making a temporary rule, and the legislature will have to you know, decide.
Just as a little aside, I had a conversation earlier today with Brian, and we chuckled a little bit about the attendance figure for Timberlake Middle School being at 100%.
I thought that was pretty awesome.
They deserve a special commendation.
I think they do. That's pretty awesome.
I've never seen that.
Well, and our Reach Academy, same thing, 100%.
Reach their 100%.
Yeah.
Well, I was very, actually, I did tell Trustee Jones, I was very surprised to see that, and I almost put like 408 just so it didn't look like it. But I kept what the report said.
You never know.
You never
I
know.
know the kids love
There
it.
you go, they all showed up.
They love it up there. It's a good thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next, we have the superintendent's report.
Will be quick. So I want to make sure I'm not the reason the meeting goes long. I did send something out in district communication, and we are gonna do something in the, I sent out on the board, an explanation of the protocol for emergency closure, or some people call it snow closure, it depends whether it's snow or ice. We've had a lot of new people move in from outside the area, and there's been a lot of questions about it, so I'm just giving you, in case the board has received questions or comments, we are going to do an expanded explanation of what goes into calling an emergency closure day, and letting parents know that they are the ultimate decider whether if their conditions are able for the warrant for their kid to come in is really up to them, so that people don't feel pressure and that they understand what goes into the decision, and that we're going to do something in the edge blog. So I just wanted the board to know in case you have received concerns or questions or complaints, especially now that we're with enrollment funding, and we have also with COVID, one of the silver linings is online access with Google Classroom, and teachers are very used to getting information ready for students if they happen to miss. So I think we're in a win-win for that. The second thing that I wanted to let you know is Idaho was ranked number 3. I put the source link down at the bottom there, the pandemic scorecard. It was rated on all of these things: health, economy, social, education, and then the total average. But I did want you to know we were number 3 in the nation, and typically we're number 3 from the bottom, or second from the bottom for per capita. We go from 50th to 51st to 50th. So anyway, this is a positive news I wanted to share with you. And overall, we were number 4, but I thought that you would be happy. I think we've contributed to the success in the state in this district for education. So kudos to the board. You've received a lot of kudos for staying in session 5 days a week the entire time. So again, reiterate the kudos to the board for that decision. I also didn't have it for Tuesday because we have to upload all this 48 hours in advance. But the governor does have a budget, and we did have a meeting today with him online, And the number one focus for him is education. And we have a $1.9 billion surplus, and they don't want to call it a surplus. They want to call it extended, I can't remember what they said, but they don't want us to use the money surplus, but it's extended revenues or something like that that they're using. He would like to focus on education, and the two number one priorities are recruit and retain. So there's quite a bit of money into adding to the career ladder, into the eighth money, which is advanced professional endorsement for the upper end. We've done a lot over the last couple of years to recruit and put money at the lower end of the career ladder, and now he's making a recommendation in his budget for the upper end. And then the second one is early literacy, which is the K-3 and having early literacy. And I did make a recommendation today because our local taxpayers, thank you to the local taxpayers that support our instructional levy. We have full day kindergarten at all of our schools. And if this money can help supplement that, then this money could be helping our local taxpayers with having some relief from the state. So we'll see how that goes. He also is going to give some property tax relief, but I'm just concerned about the education piece. So I want you to know those top two priorities that he has in education, and looking forward to having a new board. Thank you both for being part of this. Also with 2022, just letting you know, we're really focusing on unfinished learning and really looking at every student's individual growth. We've been working on that all year, and it's really important as we get to fill those gaps. So I certainly am happy to meet with you more, but you'll hear that throughout the meetings. That's really our number one priority as we get to now to the end of the year. So thank you all very much. I stand for any questions.
Maybe you said, but I didn't hear, who did this rating?
Politico, and it's right here in the source link.
Okay.
They reported it. They did a lot of research, not just Politico, but it was in that. I had online, I think it's an online newspaper. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I put the source link there so you could look it up.
Another question I had.
It's supposed to be apolitical. It's just research. It's not supposed to be political.
What's the status kind of your staff absenteeism? Are you able to keep up staff wise with absenteeism?
We are currently, but I do, thank you for bringing that up. I don't want anyone to get concerned, and I'm not trying to, put anything out there, but we're typically a week to 2 weeks behind Boise trends, down south trends. And there are several districts. We have 3 districts that are closed right now for lack of staff down south. And so because of the different variants and things going on. So
So far, so good.
So far, so good in our district. We do have a shortage of bus drivers and guest teachers are our 2 biggest concerns. But we have done a really good job. We are consolidating a bus route that we're going to send out to parents. Mr. Wallace is working on that right now with Jessica Danner, our new transportation director. And they're going to be, because we don't have enough drivers to do all the routes. So we're making a consolidation. And then we are recruiting guest teachers every single day, which most people call them substitutes, but we call them guest teachers in this district. I will say that, not to be political, but I do feel like the staff in North Idaho, we really have a pull up your bootstraps, and it's a very tough group of people that live in North Idaho. And I feel like the trends over the last couple of years with the COVID, we've fared better than people in southern parts of the state and country. So I'm optimistic. Yeah. That's a compliment to our staff. They're tough. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Sorry, one more.
Oh, you don't have to ask me. You just go ahead and ask.
Well, you triggered something. You mentioned transportation. Susie Moore is retired. Is that
She retired on December 31st, and Jessica Danner was the assistant transportation director. Her mom was actually a bus driver. She grew up in the bus shop, and she was hired as the director.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she will be coming to meet you probably not January 27th, but then in the February 9th meeting at your regularly scheduled Wednesday.
I wish Susie a great future. We hired her many years ago. She did great.
She's wonderful. We had a big, like, little potluck for her over there. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Oh, no, please ask away.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Moving on to our unfinished business. The first item is we have a records request training scheduled for January 25th at 5:30. Does anyone have any conflicts with that schedule? We did schedule this before both were on the board, so I'd like to find out if you have any conflict with that. January 25th.
Tuesday. What time?
5:30.
That'll be here.
Yes, it will be here. I don't imagine it will be long or extensive. We're just going over the rules and the, I guess, boundaries within records requests, what's supposed to be done, what's supposed to be given out, what the law says, etc.
So that's mainly going to be the record person that needs that.
Yes, however, the majority of the board members at the time have no knowledge of records request, and we had some activities that occurred that were not appropriate, so we just are trying to make sure everybody's all on the same page and educated with records requests.
And trustee Chair Thompson, I added them to the meeting request, so they'll be on their calendars.
Perfect. The next item up for unfinished business is the ISBA board training opportunities and scheduling. Typically, or at least as it was when I came on the board, and trustee Grissom came on the board, and then trustee Bain came on the board. But anyone who's come on the board, we have ISBA, which is the Idaho School Board Association. They come up and they provide a training for new board members. So what we do need to figure out is a date and time that would work for the both of you. And then the rest of us will come as long as, you know, it works. But the primary thing is that you two can be there because this is for you. So do you guys have a date or a time preference for this?
I'll have to ask you.
I'm good. I'm retired like you. They come up here.
They do, they come up here. It appears. I'm just skimming over this note. The training is reimbursable for. Explain to me how that works.
$6,600.
Right, but that's money that we are allocated to have, and if we don't spend it, we don't get it. So we do need to have the training in order to get the money.
So
So,
the ISB bills the district for it, but we receive the funding from the State Department.
Yes, by statute.
so they offer basics, roles and responsibilities, and then board norms and protocols. The board norms and protocols is not something that we have initiated in the past. We do need to have them. We had this discussion a couple meetings ago, and we wanted to wait until the two of you came on board so that we could all have all-inclusive norms and protocols. Dr. Meyer has offered to do a training along with Lisa Sexton for norms and protocols, or we can spend the money and go through ISBA and have their approach to it. I don't necessarily know that I need to be taught it, but I don't know what the standard flow is within other districts or expectations. So I don't know what you guys would prefer. You too. With respect to whether we should go through ISBA and pay them more money to have them do it, or if we should just have Dr. Meyer and Lisa Sexton provide them or if we want to find another outside source that might not be as expensive as ISBA. It is reimbursable money though, so it's not coming out of our budget.
Timing of that is not crucial. I would assume maybe something might get done, but my thought is, let's get the basics under our belt first. Get that done. And then go from there.
Janelle, if we did their board basics, board norms, and board protocols, is that a sequence of days that they come up? Or is that like a, what?
So it states there this would include same day training.
So they would do everything on the same day? It doesn't make any sense, because the board basics that they presented in the past took a day.
Yeah.
So I don't know why.
And
we're
there is,
doing
just
more in one
to
day.
be aware,
Oh, what's that? I'm sorry, excuse me, it says. The training facilitation may take several days. Should it be for beginning the facilitation and the board could continue. So.
Okay,
there is, to your point, Board Chair Thompson, there is, IASA is providing training now, and then there's the other individual who's broke off. So there is a couple of other options that, you know, Janelle and I could certainly research. But ISBA, it is almost like doubled from when we did it a couple of years ago. But again, they are the experts and they have been doing this for a long time. So there's pros and cons, I think, to both.
I agree. And I guess what's disappointing is I don't see a breakout of what it would cost for either board norms and protocols. We've got roles and responsibilities, but I don't know if that's included in board basics. It is the same cost. So I'm guessing norms and protocols would then, and I'm bringing this out to defer to what Bob brought up, of doing it, you know, not
Mhm.
cramming it all in one day or
Mhm.
a couple back-to-back days. Can we find out if the cost of this $4,000 to $6,000 ballpark, if we agree to have them provide it, if they can provide it according to our schedule and not cram it all into 1 or 2 days, so that people can absorb what they're learning and we can.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I would share a concern that the board basics includes the roles and responsibilities for the 3,000, if we're talking six grand, I'm opposed to that.
Yeah, I don't know. Because we've got board basics, roles and responsibilities, and then board basics, board norms and protocols, which tells me we're not getting the roles and responsibilities.
Well, then there's the roles and
Doesn't make sense.
responsibilities and board norms and protocols on the next page. That's another option.
Okay, so yeah, so board basics and roles and responsibilities isn't a thing, I guess. And I don't understand why the basics wouldn't include the roles and responsibilities.
Yeah.
Right.
Because when we
Well, it
did
does,
ours,
it's an overview of roles and responsibilities. In the board basics, in the description,
Right.
Mhm.
but just an overview, so maybe not an in-depth.
So typically 3 hours, $3,000, that's $1,000 an hour.
I want that.
I know, I was just thinking to myself, why don't we go into business?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Well, when we did it, remember, it was like a 6 hour, a full day thing, and it was $2,000.
It was 2,400, I thought,
Yeah,
but yeah, no, and it was pretty much all day
all
long.
day,
It was like.
because we had
8 to
lunch, it was
4.
like,
Yeah,
yeah.
Inflation.
I guess.
Wow. Is there anyone else who does kind of the basic?
Yeah, there is, and there is, I can look into and find out from the other people to bring to the group.
Well, an IASA, that is,
David Brinkman is doing that training.
yeah, but that's for superintendents, correct? The
No,
IASA organization?
No, it's the Idaho Association of School Administrators, but they're doing board training now, but it's.
Right, but I guess the organization's focus is on school administration, where Idaho School Board
Mhm.
Association is focused solely on the school board.
And then there's a separate organization, it's I think you've received, you both maybe have received like 5-star or some star thing. There's a separate organization now.
It's not like a PowerPoint or something. You just do.
So the ISBA does focus and but it has gone up quite a bit in price.
Yes, it's gone up significantly, which is concerning. Okay, so, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think it's a good refresher even for existing board members.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's
absolutely,
been
yeah.
experienced
Yeah.
in the past, and certainly I feel a need for some refresher, but I've been away from it for a long time. And I know it would be helpful to David. So, but I'm not interested in spending a lot of time or a lot of money.
Okay,
I mean, it's still taxpayer money.
correct.
You know. So if we can get something pretty inclusive for the minimal amount I have, would be helpful.
Okay. Any input there?
I agree with them. Don't have to get all crazy and spend tons of money.
Okay.
I mean, you can learn stuff you need to know just by reading.
Right, so then, Janelle, could you and Dr. Meyer both work and see what you can find as far as training for the board? Outside of the 4,000 to 6,000.
Was that 4,000 to 6,000 each person?
No,
No, it's
total.
Oh,
it's
okay.
combined, so basically it's a little
Still
over
is.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Quite expensive.
That's.
Right, board members and-
And I'm not real happy with administrators, so. Okay. So.
Have you seen the board packets that they're talking about here? $200 in the past, have they-
I'm assuming it's that folder and a big blue book.
That I'm not clear on, because when I asked the new training person about it, I asked about those packets and she says those packets are significantly updated. So there's, from what I'm understanding, there is quite a bit more to it based on what their new program is going to be, but they have not given me clear information on what that is.
It sounds like they're in the process of reworking those packets. So, yes.
Well, it says it includes, so I think what they're adding is a short virtual module. Because we didn't have a virtual module, but we had the folder and a big blue book. That's what we received.
Okay.
And I don't know if there was a cost to that. I just know that that's what I was given. when I came on board.
Yeah, that was included in the cost.
Okay. So there was a cost for the new board member packet.
It was included in that 2,400.
Oh, so it wasn't, so the new board packet that we received was included in the new board training.
Yes.
Okay, because I got it when I came onto the board, and then I got the exact same things again when the training came.
It was
So-
all included in that.
Okay. So I guess this new board member packet didn't used to be charged, but now they're charging for it.
Well, and then that might be something to clarify, if we actually take the training, do we get that packet?
For
as part of
free.
the deal?
Right.
Yeah, does it, yeah, is it part of it?
Yeah, it's disappointing to me that it's so expensive
Yeah.
and your volunteers and, anyway.
Profiting off of the taxpayers. All right, that being said, so we'll need some more information, and then I guess when we gather that information, Janelle can just reach out to all of us and get that figured out. Okay, the online presence of records requests. Apparently, one of the trainings, honestly, I've not missed any trainings except last May. And it was an important training, but during that training, it was suggested that that when people were doing records requests, we put those requests online so that the public can see what's being requested, by whom, what, and all that good stuff. It was suggested that we wait till the new board members come on board before we make a final decision about whether we want to do that, which I do believe would require us rewriting some policy to state that that's what's happening. But thought we'd bring it back up for conversation with the two of you.
You're talking about Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, people request records. We have a policy and a procedure for that. As of late, there have been a significant amount of records requests. So I don't know that that's going to continue, but it might. The public has a right to know what they can with what's, public record. So the suggestion of putting them online was just to promote the whole transparency of what's going on. People are asking for this information and this is what the district's providing, or people are asking for this information, but it's not a public record, so we can't provide it. So we're just being more open and transparent with the public. I don't know, I don't really have a position on it one way or the other. I don't think there's anything wrong with putting them out there, but I don't really know if it's, I don't know.
Yeah.
So
Do we have any idea what that would look like if it were put online?
my envision of it would be very similar to what we have under the board, the school board page for the policies and the resolutions, which we finally added online. I would say maybe there's another page of records requests. I don't know, but I think it would look similar to that in its fashion, but I'm not sure. Any suggestions?
I'm sorry, I was not fully paying attention.
We're just talking about if we were to choose to put the online or the records requests that are made of the district online, what that would look like.
As in, if someone for a form that is allowed.
As in, if someone were to go to the page,
Mhm.
what would they see? I was kind of envisioning, like how when you go to the policy, you click on the thing that drops down and you can see what's been,
Yeah, there's a lot of options. Yeah, I mean, use it like all of their own website now, are not all the options that are available for how to display things, so
okay,
the rules kind of are restricted with that to some degree, so.
good to know.
Seems like, the more you think about it, how deep will you end up going? In other words, would you actually display the request that was made by the individual? And then would you display the response that was provided or?
Well, I wasn't, Dr. Mayer.
Yep.
I wasn't at this training. I think, were you there? Really? Okay. Do you recall if they were, if their position was you should just put the requests that come in, or you should put the requests and the response, or the request and response in the documents? What was their gist?
It
of
was the
making-
attorney, the ICRIP attorney, and
Okay.
she just said as a suggestion, totally up to the board. She didn't say it was best practice. She didn't say legally one way or the other. She just said some districts alleviate the concerns about all of this going on by just putting it right on the front website saying, this is what's requested. Here was the public records. And she said some districts alleviate all this conspiracy theory and they're doing this. What about all the stuff that was going on? She said that some districts do that, but she didn't have a recommendation. She just shared that with us.
Okay. I was actually there then.
I think you were, but I didn't want to.
No, that's okay. I just-
You were there.
I thought it was when it was.
No, it was this, yeah.
Okay.
So I have frequently requested documents section, I frequently ask questions, except these are the ones that people typically ask for, just in case you need them.
It's a good idea. It's a really good idea. So, any thoughts? I don't know. I mean, I think the only way we can address it is through policy. But if that is something that we want to pursue, then we need to get it on the radar of the policy.
Do we have a feel for the frequency of requests? 10 a month? Every month, or once a
Prior
year?
to elections, we were getting many.
And since the election?
Post-election, I think I've had 3 or 4. So it's hard to say. The prior clerk told me that there was very few ever requested, but it's hard to say.
I generally don't like to try to fix problems where something's not broken.
I hear you.
And sometimes it just gets more and more complicated before I can try to do it. I would move the table decision.
Okay, it is up just for discussion. It's not anything we have to vote on. It was something that we had discussed prior and thought it'd be best to bring it with you guys here. So, okay,
I guess what I'm suggesting is I need a little more time to think about it.
no worries. We can just keep it as unfinished business. It's not a big deal. It's just something to remember. Oh, this was on our radar, and where is it now? So. Okay, boardroom technology update. With remaining online. There was concern about I don't know if upgrading is the right word, but getting equipment that would better make us sound better, people could hear better, people could see better. I don't know where we stand with that. If it's a necessity, do you think it's a necessity if we're just uploading the video?
People were somewhat happy with just the ability to hear
Right,
more audio, not necessarily better quality audio, but just the fact that they could hear it versus it being too low with
Right.
that mic. That was some of the feedback. Just depends on the quality of it. More people can hear it now. Is it gonna be crisp and pristine? No, but they can hear it.
this is true. Okay. Thoughts or comments on if we should upgrade any of our technology?
All the media I listen to are pretty good.
Okay,
It seems like.
Yeah, I don't see a need to go to that expense at this juncture.
okay. All right then. Scheduling meeting with an attorney. Would either of you want to schedule a meeting with our current legal counsel? We had a few things last year. One was actually finally bringing the attorney on board that we've had but never really utilized. But we've of late have had to utilize the attorney for a lot of questions and clarifications. Would you two be interested in meeting the attorney? Does that matter to you? We do have a contract that's from 2018. It's never been renewed or reconfigured or anything of that sort. So
This attorney on an hourly or retainer?
the attorney bills hourly.
Yeah, we don't have any retainer.
I don't need a meeting for $250 an hour. Or whichever it is.
It's a her.
Okay.
Yes, it's a her. It's a firm, but it's a her.
We'll probably meet him at some point along the line, so that's what matter.
Okay,
Nobody's in the meeting. It's not.
And not just in the.
okay.
Hi, $250.
Yeah. Well, I think she'd offer a little bit more for the meet and greet. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. We have minutes of the previous meeting, what was offered, the 12:15 minutes for the workshop of the Board of Trustees. I typically break all these items out. You can just lump them all together, but there's usually questions. Does anyone have any questions, comments, anything regarding the 12:15 minutes for the workshop? No. Okay, then I will entertain a motion regarding minutes, the 12:15:21 minutes for the workshop of the LJSD Board of Trustees.
Can we do this all in one motion? Problem to do that,
Well,
and then, once the motion's on the table, if there's any discussion about something in particular, we can do that.
you want to go that route?
Just to expedite things.
Okay. Then moving on to the HR items, we have the HR memo. And then the resignations. And a alternative authorization. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns regarding any of the HR items that have been presented? Okay, what about the regular and special bills? We have the January bill list. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns on that? I do have one. Possibly a couple, but the K through 4 learning loss instruction material for $13,370.60. Is that something that's been reimbursed? Is that curriculum that we've implemented? We provided that because I don't recall seeing it. I don't know anything about that.
That was a grant that we wrote.
Okay.
And I actually think we used most of that for already.
Yeah, it was, we've been using several pots of money for some of those curricular purchases, some ESSER dollars. But in effect, there's all sort of ESSER or COVID dollars. The learning loss dollars just came from the governor as opposed from the State Department of Education. And those had to be spent first. They expired, I think, in December. So that's why we coded into that grant. It's a federal grant, though.
Okay, so I guess my point is of question is, it states learning loss instructional material. Is this not curriculum or is this curriculum? And
It's curriculum.
it was brought before us, correct?
Yes, all the iReady material.
Okay, so this is specific to iReady, even though it doesn't say iReady.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, then that's just the clarification I needed. That's all.
And actually, the other piece to that was the Jumpstart program for John Brown. We used those two pieces.
Okay, okay. Recall the jump start, that's. Yeah. We wrote a check to ourselves for Region 1 group dues, catering for district office in a base meeting. How does that work? I'm just curious.
The, for the Region 1 superintendent's meeting, because Dr. Meyer is the president, we become the fiscal agent for the group. And so all of the districts contribute to the cost of the meal. So that was our contribution, but it's sort of to us, but it was going through Chartwell. So it's a way to show that we were paying the.
Okay, I'm totally confused on that, but okay. So as president, everybody's paying dues
To us.
to us?
I tried not to do that, but that's the way it went. That's what
Okay,
they've done forever, and they just cut off the ends of the ham and they keep it the same way. I tried to get it to change, and Brian tried to help me, and they wouldn't do it.
Coeur d'Alene was when the previous superintendent was the president of the group. They were sort of holding the money, and now we're holding the money. So
But,
okay.
so they send all of their dues in,
Mhm.
and then Cindy Hackney puts it in the group, in the fund, sorry, not the fund,
Mhm.
all the dues. Then we have our monthly meetings at Midtown in Coeur d'Alene, and their child nutrition program provides the meals. So Cindy has to write a check to them for the meals. But we had a different meeting, it got changed, and they had it already reserved. So we had the meeting here. So then we had to pay a check to Chartwells for the lunch that day out of the dues money. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't normally happen. That's why it's just one-off. And then the base program had a training here with all of their coordinators. And my assumption, and Brian will be able to correct me, is that they bought lunch for the training and that went to Chartwells, and that's what that is.
and
So
that's from a separate fund. So it sort of looks
But
like,
just one check gets written from.
But for those two things.
right.
Right, but the check wasn't made payable to Chartwell's, it was made payable to Lakeland.
We are
School District.
Chartwell's, well, Chartwell's is.
It's sort of money that's going between two funds. So it's
Okay,
the base fund, Fund 232 going to Fund 290. So in a way, we are reimbursing ourselves, but you're keeping it in the correct pots.
okay,
And this actually creates a better, more visible paper trail
Mhm.
to pay ourselves with an actual check and have it be out in the open instead of just doing a journal entry that doesn't necessarily. It's not presented out in public as.
no, no,
As
no, I
much
hear,
as a check.
I hear what you're saying, I haven't seen us do this before,
Okay.
so it was a little confusing why we were writing ourselves a check, So that's why it's a question.
And we do that sometimes where the schools write us a check. For example, they get charged for the yellow bus transportation to, let's say, activities,
Mhm.
if they didn't chart it. So sometimes the school activity fund ends up paying the district for the cost of the driver, so that's reflected in our true cost of transportation and revenues, but it's really sort of an internal transfer in a sense.
Right, no, now I do understand. Okay, so, other questions on the bills or the utilities?
I have a question. What's learning loss incentives? Aid to Taco Bell, McDonald's. What's that for?
So we are implementing multi-tiered systems of support at our secondary schools, and the students that we're working with are predominantly low socioeconomic status kids who have struggled in school for a long time and kind of have given up on themselves. So in order to get them to buy into the assistance that we're providing after school, we have to provide some extrinsic motivation, so some rewards for coming. So those incentives, each day that the kiddos come, they get their name in a drawing, and then we draw for some gift cards. And when we questioned and did an interest inventory with the kiddos, the request was for food, because a lot of those kids go home and have none. So that's the why behind that.
And the reason, trustee Quimby, that it says unfinished learning is it's addressing, because of the COVID for the last 2 years, there's gaps in people's learning, and the sexton has worked with the 6th through 12th to identify where are the gaps in these students. And so she has helped all the buildings do that. And the students then they've identified the students that need to stay after all 5 secondary schools. Where do we need to fill in those gaps so that you aren't missing pieces when you go to the next grade? Because there is gaps in people's learning for the last 2 years.
Or just so they can access the learning that's happening in their classrooms this year even.
So it's just incentive to help them learn better.
Yes.
And to come, because it's all after school, and they could refuse to come. Luckily, she's getting parent support, she's getting staff support, and this is the way that she did a great job of asking the kids, what would help motivate you to come after school to get fill in these gaps? Because most secondary students don't want to come after school to do more learning, and so,
Right.
Unless there's food involved.
Yes.
well, I know it's working, and so I applaud Ms. Sexton for doing this, because she actually asked the students, what's going to help you with these? She didn't just make an assumption, and she's done a really good job of going to where it really is going to matter. And so I think it's a great on our part.
And we just have a lot of kids these days who are couch surfing or not living at home with parents because of whatever's happening in their homes. We have a lot of kids who go home and there's no food in the house. So we're in a weird time right now with our kids. And so we want to be able to support them. And they're really motivated by food. So that's what we're doing. And I just want them to be there to learn. So if it costs us $5 to give somebody a gift card on Friday because they were there all week, putting the time in, I just think that's money well spent.
It's wonderful. Thanks.
Thanks for asking that.
Any other questions or conversation about anything on the consent agenda? No?
I would move we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that. Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to new business, we have a second read on the curriculum that was presented in December. anyone have any questions, comments? We were provided with the parent comments. It was pointed out that this particular book was not, there was no link for it. So Ms. Pasley brought it. Looks kind of scary, but it is an illusion because this is two girls sitting just with their heads. I'm like, that's just crazy. So I don't know if any of you would like to review it. All about perspective. But we can have any discussion, conversation, whatnot about the curriculum if anybody wants to.
You know, I would just say that, you know, I looked through it. I certainly haven't read each and every one of those.
Right.
I doubt that probably anyone has. I did read. the- Sorry, man. I did read the pair of comments, the few that were submitted, appreciated those. They seem to be kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other type approach. My only really question is, but correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, these are supplementary materials requested by teachers and schools that have not yet been available to them to use.
Yes, most of these are library books. Probably the last 2 months, I would say, have been just library books.
Oh,
So
okay.
several of the schools just completed their Scholastics book fair, and so Scholastics always donate several books. And so we have these books, they're just sitting on in a back office waiting for approval. So that's why this book right here, there wasn't any link because it literally was just created, it's brand new, and Scholastics hasn't come out with a little synopsis of its details. So the very beginning of the year, it was more supplemental materials for teachers, but now, again, like I said, the last couple of months, it's been just library books.
Well, that's my concern. You know, if there's supplementary materials for classroom use, we're over halfway through the school year, and it seems a little odd to not have them, you know, at the outset of the school year, very close to it. But it's mostly library books.
Right. The onset was mostly supplemental for teachers, and I would imagine from here on out, it really will just be library books, and that will start to phase out too, because we have book fairs in November, so that's why we have a heavy, and then some schools have one in March, so we may see a little bit more in March if Scholastics donates additional books that we do not have in our current libraries. We may see some more new titles.
So these are materials requested by teachers for supplementary use that will be housed in the library.
They are requested by the library leads to be housed in the library. So not for classroom libraries, it's for the school libraries.
For the school library, but are they requested by classroom teachers?
By the
By
library.
the librarians? So is every book that comes into the library put on a list to be approved by the board?
If we do not currently have it, yes, if it's a brand new book, we are bringing all brand new books, whether it's a teacher request or the library leads, it's coming to the board if it's new and we don't have a copy of it.
Clarification, because I wasn't understanding it. Thank you.
Any other conversation, discussion? Right, then I'll entertain a motion regarding curriculum. The second read of the supplemental resources.
I would move we approve the list as submitted.
I'll second.
Motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to the job description approvals for the clerk of the board and the custodian of records. Is there any? Any comments or?
For sake of discussion, I would move we approve the job description for the board and for custodian records.
Second.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to the capital projects and plant facility levy funds. The fund balance. I'm not really sure why this is an action item.
Why, yeah,
Yeah, I don't know why this is an action item. But I'm glad you two are here.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's action or discussion, but
I'm sorry, Chairman Thompson, you said, why is it an action item? I think the reason it's an action item is because the board might have wanted to, they could just, you hadn't approved this last board meeting.
Correct.
And there was going to be some discussion on if this was your priorities, and I think maybe it needed a board action if they were going to make sure that whatever projects were going to be completed before the end of the year was board approved.
Okay,
But
yeah, I didn't catch that it was under action. It should have gone under discussion, I think, before we have action, but I suppose we can talk about it now, and then we'll go from there.
Trustee Thompson, so what, before you, I guess, is I just, this is the same information that was presented the previous board meeting. I did move the order around to a few of the items. So it's not exactly the same, but I kept the dollars the same just to keep it easier. We have had, if you wanted to get into technicalities, a few of those open POs did come through, so, but the net's the same as far as cash balance is a little less, but there's less open POs, so it's a push. So regardless for the amount available for projects, we're in good shape. And so this is sort of was presented last month. And when I talked with Dr. Meyer, she said, what things, are we not obligated to do? So this is the same list. And that, in other words, out of our available funds of the $1.7 million, we have 189 that the board previously, these are from land sales in that fund right now. That was from what? 2 land sales that we're sort of holding in reserve that we're not going to spend. So that's sort of, I'm calling that a committed fund. Now, if the board decides that they would like to uncommit those funds and use it for a project, we certainly could. But that would be, previous boards already asked me to set those aside. We have some open purchase orders out there of the capital projects fund. The board approved moving forward the roof replacement for Betty Kiefer. So that, will be done this summer coming up, and also for the Lakeland High School Commons. Some of these smaller projects here are sort of, we're in process, the parking lot LED upgrades, 88 door replacement at Lakeland High School. It's something that is really a have to do. And a couple of these light upgrades and some of these HVAC motors replacements that we did order because they were pretty important to keep the buildings warm right now. The restroom project has been an ongoing project, and so that's an estimate. But as maintenance staff has time, we're doing a lot of work in-house. That's really just for items purchased, not for labor. And then the bus purchases you did approve, and that transfer will happen when we receive the buses. So out of that, though, these things, we have not signed any contract. We have not, these are estimated costs. The one that is no longer an estimated cost, the John Brown roof, we estimated at the previous board meeting 130. The formal quote we just received was 128,025, so our guess was pretty good. But so I did update that with the actual number. But when I scratch these off, saying, okay, well, if we take these off the board, that would give us 763,000 of available funds to do projects. Or we could do these projects, other projects. That's, but we haven't, done any contracts or costs of those.
Okay, and just so that you all understand how we kind of got here, I toured the entire school with Dr. Meyer, and I went to the facilities. Incredible place. I would recommend anybody go to. You can catch feet off the floors. It's amazing. But I learned a few things, and I guess as a board member, I am concerned at the fact that this is being made and the district's moving forward, but the board isn't doing its job by saying this is where we need to go with what needs to be addressed within the schools. Our junior high, those doors, they need to be replaced. That needs to be a priority. And I know that the board, not this year, but the previous year, authorized money to be spent for those doors, and it wasn't done. So that is a significant concern, and I don't see it on here. I know that there's a concern about the bleachers at Timberlake High School. They've been repaired and there is no more life to repair within those bleachers, but that's not on here. I understand that Apple Elementary needs a facelift. It's been decades that school needs some loving, and it's nowhere on here. But yet, as a board member, the only reason I even found out about some of these is I went and I looked and I saw. I don't think that's appropriate, given that we as a board are supposed to be determining what we are making a priority within our district, but it's a little hard to do that when you don't really know everything that needs to be done. I do know that we have the spreadsheet. Dr. Meyer and I talked about that because just for me, I mean, I love the work that was put into the spreadsheet, but for me, it's a little hard to read because you have to click on so many different tabs. I'm more of a, here's Garwood Elementary, here's everything that needs to be done. Here's Lakeland Junior High, here's Lakeland Middle School, here's everything that really needs to be done based on, you know, the roofing 30-year, 50-year, whatever that max is, etc. So when I brought it to Dr. Meyer, I mean, the keyless entry, when that was brought, my thought was, why are we even doing that at this point in time when I know there's doors that need to be replaced or there's a school that needs some attention? I don't understand. We weren't brought any of the data points to say this is why we should really do it. I mean, I do know that our policies say we're supposed to have key logs so that we know who has a key, where the key is, when it's returned because the teacher's no longer with the district, they're supposed to sign out. I mean, we haven't been given those logs. And so I'm just a little, I'm wanting to get us back on task of our actual job, which is determining where our money, where the taxpayers' dollars should go for the benefit of the school district. And I mean, I'm very concerned. The junior high doors need replaced, and it's nowhere on these lists. This doesn't make sense to me.
It's a priority list.
But it's my understanding that Mr. Wallace does with input from Mr. Ferriola.
The list was generated by Lady Fellows, is that correct?
This list was, yeah. So all the projects we're talking about, like the doors and such, junior high and asphalt, those are massive projects because it goes deeper than, you know, siding and windows and doors like that.
Okay.
And the same thing for the junior high. I mean, we're talking major renovation work. And so that would be a bigger conversation, I think. My feeling is we're trying to hit little bits and pieces here and there to keep things progressing forward, but we've got conversations we need to have regarding those big projects and things like that. So I mean, yeah, I agree with you. We have a lot of years of stuff that have to happen here. And I think there needs to be more conversation because they're massive projects. This is, yeah.
And Trustee Thompson, no, I agree. I like the quote of, I'll use Mary Ann Reynolds, you know, previous superintendent, but she used to always say, we can do anything, we can't do everything.
Mhm.
And when we look at, you know, school facilities and with the limited budgets, that's certainly true. And so a lot of this, and you could talk is, and these projects are really philosophical. I shouldn't say in a way. You got to remember that first, when we were looking at the junior high,
Mhm.
and just a couple of years ago, and we were running a bond to replace that building. And you sort of say, well, do we want to put money where maybe it'd be replaced in a couple of years? So those are, sometimes you start looking at those projects and tell, well, now that certainly isn't going to happen. We need to put dollars into it, but we did replace the roof, you know, and put $500,000 in Lakeland Junior High. So when we look at this philosophically as a district, what we've been trying to do is make sure that not all the dollars go just to one place, that we hit every building. And then we hit multiple areas of maintenance, because if you don't focus on a wide range of things, you get behind in certain things. And then it's really hard to catch up. So we've been trying to focus the last few years. The roofs have become a focus because if you have the water intrusion, it's a real problem.
Right.
So we've really been focusing on that, but we don't want our parking lots to fall apart, so we've been trying to hit those. Our carpeting is aged in several places, so we've been trying to upgrade a little bit of carpeting each time. You know, we've been looking at our HVAC is aged, so we're trying to hit those things, because if we can't heat the building, you know, that we've had, that's an issue too. So we're trying to hit, I guess, a wide range of things, try to hit safety and security. Part of the keyless entry, and you're right, we could certainly transfer those as an priority. We've gotten by, but part of the why behind that is we are running out of key combinations for our buildings. And to rekey the whole district is very expensive. So going to keyless entry makes a lot of sense, in the sense of it would help us with not having to rekey the cores of the building. Also, from a management security point of view, it really is a highly recommended practice that you have these for staff members as opposed to hard keys, and that they can do, and even law enforcement and first responders can get into any direction of a building with these, as opposed to having to have a physical key. So if you had the key entry at north, south, east, west in each building, it really is sort of a safety, a district-wide safety initiative for $150,000. So does it have to happen now? Have we got good practices in place in that area? Yes. So again, I have no problem from my perspective. You know, if the board says, well, yes, that we can see the need there, but we think this need is greater, you know, we certainly will do those projects if the board sees to hire. But there's you know, a lot of needs, and that we're trying to, I guess, address it from a wide range perspective, and not just, you know, we could certainly spend $1.7 million at Lakeland Junior High, or middle school, sorry, very quickly, given the age of that building.
No, I absolutely hear what you're saying. I just know that when we authorized those doors to be replaced and we're told that, no, they were fixed, it's okay. And now we're gonna put a keyless system in place, but those doors, I don't even know if they can manage because they're in ill repair. And I don't see the logic in it when we've said we want this done, it doesn't get done. And now we're presented with a list of items that this is what's going to get done. But yet in the background, I'm hearing all this different stuff. And as a board, it is our decision about where we need to go with the repairs that need to be made. And it's just a little frustrating, and I don't understand the method to the madness, so to speak, when it just, I don't
And
get it.
I apologize, I
don't
guess,
get it.
on like on the doors, you know, I know we did do work and painted and did some of the work that one year on the doors. I was not understanding, or maybe it was clear that we were physically replacing all the doors at Lakeland Middle School.
It wasn't all the doors, it was the front doors that were the ones that were in.
Okay,
most of
so
the
I
But
guess there's loss in translation, or however the board was
Yeah.
communicating that to me. I didn't get that. I know that we painted all the doors and did some of the front work and did other work at Lakeland Middle
We
School
spent a
that
lot,
year.
we spent a lot of hours
Right,
keeping the doors functioning. My guys do.
Yeah.
I mean, a really good job at that, but yeah, I mean, the reality, like for that school, doors, door frames and windows
Mhm.
need to be replaced. You know, and at that point, you know, you might as well go even deeper into the building. I mean, and that's when we're talking plumbing, fixtures, all that stuff. Would need to happen. So I guess that this stuff's on my brain 24/7. That's why I don't
I
sleep.
know.
So, I mean, I see all of it like you guys do. It's just, you know, where do you go? How do you start chipping away? And I guess chipping away is where I'm at right now with a lot of this stuff, and what these lists consist of. But we do at some point have to go deep into these buildings and make the decision to renovate,
right.
you know, and Athol's a perfect example of that. So, but you know, you're probably just in siding and windows and door frames and stuff, you're a good number, probably about $500,000 to start with.
Right.
And then, going on the interior, it could get quite costly. And that's why I say more conversation has to be had with you guys regarding, is that going to be, we're going to start with that school, that's going to be a major project and probably done in phases.
Yeah,
And anyway, yeah, so it's on my brain 24/7.
well, no, and I'd like to point out that I'm fully aware that Mr. Ferriola is adamant about preventative maintenance. And I think that's critical to making everything last longer and be more beneficial for the district. And maybe it is that we need a workshop or something of the sort to understand everything that's out there that we've got to focus on and do a plan of action that works based on your recommendations.
I think that would be beneficial,
Okay.
in my personal opinion, to give you a real good glimpse as to, you saw firsthand kind of what I'm up against.
Yes.
But I think it'd be super beneficial, honestly, so.
I just want to ask, from an approach standpoint, kind of from the top down, do you have, for example, spreadsheets that shows roof replacement over time?
I've got a roof matrix that I'm working on, yeah, I've got one.
And the same thing for paint at each building?
Yeah, paint is one that we, just so you know, paint is one that we've stuck with mostly interior because of the state of the exterior of some of these buildings. A lot of them, require full replacement of exterior. So, yeah, so we do, we're
I'm trying to
hitting,
get at the
yes.
approach.
yeah,
In my mind, trying to resolve, which I think is a legitimate issue. I would look at it from the standpoint of take each building and prepare that matrix that you're talking about, and then put together a priority list of, high, medium, low priority. And then make the recommendations to the board based on that priority.
right.
But let us see the whole list.
Mhm.
So if we decide this one is the top of the low priority, needs to be up at the bottom of the high priority.
Right.
We have the ability to do
Right.
that.
Right, exactly.
This kind of thing you're talking. about.
Yes, yes, it is.
So, I know that a lot of work to do that. It's a lot of seat work really to do it. In addition to going out and look at it yourself, but, that's kind of the approach that I think would be helpful to the board.
Well, and that was, when I had this put on, it was the fact that I wanted to see everything. And we didn't get that, but so obviously my communication wasn't clear. But I'd like to know what it is, where we stand with each building, and so that, and you can even do a cost analysis to say, here's everything, and bottom line is gonna be this, based on estimated costs, because we all know everything's changing almost daily with costs. So I just want to make sure that we're kept in the loop and we're giving direction with, this is what we need to take care of within our district.
And I think that, I agree, Mr. Ferriola, having workshops that, because to put all that really together at a level of all needs of the building is a lot of work.
Yeah, it is.
And some of the cost estimates, some of it you really don't know until you get a quote or an estimate. And so to try to meet time on all those multiple things. So sometimes you just have to say, okay, what would the cost per square foot be and things like that. The other thing that some of that gets in though is then for example, what level of project would we be doing? So for example, the heating and cooling at Lakeland Middle School or John Brown, at some point would be good to be
Right.
a modern HVAC system that's efficient and controllable for a variety of reasons. Well, that level of project is millions at one building.
Right.
At John Brown, we don't even have ducting. So, when we look at, let's say, heating at John Brown, sometimes, I guess what information would the board want? Is it heating to upgrade to current standards? Or is it heating just replacing baseboard heating? Because you'll get two very large different costs. And so that's where a lot of these things are When a lot of districts go through this process, you know, if they look at hitting a building, they might say, well, we are gonna both modernize, renovate that building to bring it up to 2020 standards. Is that the level of work we're saying, or are we just doing minimal aggressive maintenance? Because that's a different dollar amount. I mean, I think it's a big conversation, is what I was trying to say.
I think you're right about that, without a doubt, Brian, that, you know, in the one instance, I think you're talking about renovations at a level that would require bond money to accomplish. You know, if you're talking about doing $1.5 million or $3 million worth of renovation, well, you're not gonna do that with plant facilities money.
Correct.
Even over time. So, yeah, you're really talking about capital projects that are aggressive maintenance. And that's what we use plant facilities funds for. So approaching it from that standpoint and then trying to prioritize, I think, would be
Right, and now we can look at things like that for sure.
I do want to interject since it's your first meeting, and let you know that the board are not going out our plant facility levy. This is the last year of it. It was a 5-year, 1.146 million per year. And we had made a public statement not to go back out. Our instructional levy only passed with 42 votes. And so the board made a conscientious decision to wait and bridge the gap with ESSER funds as needed to get through. And then quite possibly they want to start a long range facility planning committee again. And similar to what Board Chair Thompson just talked about with all of the needs, bringing a group together and getting community people from all areas of the community and looking at that plant facility levy being combined with the instructional levy when it comes back up again in 2023.
Since you brought that topic up, it was going to be my suggestion later in the meeting that we revisit that topic because I am not comfortable with the plan that's been laid out.
Yeah, so that would be a board discussion for sure.
Okay. So that being said, with the information that has been provided, I do think that this would be tabled. We would table this item in the workshop to make some further discussions and understandings of what we need, where we're at, and how we're going to get there. So that being said, I will make a motion to table the plant facilities, the capital projects and plant facility levy funds.
I'll second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving into the discussion items. We have the technology safety.
You have the John Brown Elementary roofing project.
No, that was taken on the agenda.
Oh, that's right.
That's okay. We have the technology safety. Thank you for coming, Chad. This was a topic that Trustee Grissom has significant information and dialogue she wanted to have with you when she was out extremely ill.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, I just want to welcome the new trustees, Jones. My name is Chad Parson. I'm the Instructional Technology Director for Lakeland School District. And as Chairman Thompson said, Chairman Grissom wanted to have a discussion on technology privacy. And in her absence, I guess, unless you guys have some questions, I could just go over a high-level overview.
If you would like.
Yeah, I mean,
I envision bringing this back to a discussion point
okay,
for the benefit of Trustee Grissom, because she was the one that asked for this.
okay.
But yeah, I'm more than willing to listen.
Or we just table it until she's here.
You want to just table it until she's here?
I have some questions too, but I would just soon have.
Yeah. That's entirely fine.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Yeah.
I know you've been sitting.
That's okay.
Is there any way that he could present? I really have to advocate for my employee. He is also a teacher of computer science. He's volunteering and he does that at Lakeland High School every day. He's teaching 2 periods. He is available 24/7. He works almost as much as I do. I would really advocate that he gets to do his presentation and trustee Grissom can watch it and then reach out with additional questions. But he sat here this whole time, and I think out of respect to him, we should let him do his presentation.
Well, we also, and another option, we also talked about potentially doing a workshop on this as well. You know, I don't know if that would interest anybody, but, you know, so I guess whatever the board would like to do on this.
Your chair.
I'd be happy to hear what he has to say tonight.
Okay, so trustee Grissom, the nexus, I guess, of it originally was because she was having trouble changing a setting on her school, or I should say, district issued device. And she's has since brought a different device, so it's probably neither here nor there. But she had a Chromebook, and you guys have Windows laptops, but you still use what's called the Chrome browser. So it's actually pretty much similar, the Chromebook versus a Windows laptop, as far as when you're on the internet is pretty similar. So the as near as I can gather from just viewing the video of the board meeting, because I was not here, trustee Grissom was trying to clear her browser history. So your browser history essentially is what websites you have visited. And that is the only setting on Chromebooks that we do not allow our students or staff to change on their own. The reason we don't allow that is related to CIPA. So do you guys understand what CIPA is? CIPA. So that's the Child Internet Protection Act. So the Child Internet Protection Act actually requires E-rate schools to essentially work to protect the students, right? Online safety. And one of the ways we accomplish that per principal request is that if a student went to an inappropriate site, a principal could request their history. Now, we don't actively monitor that. Obviously, we have systems that gather that data, but we don't look at any of the data unless we're asked to pass it on. And at that point, a principal is looking at it and not technology. Another thing to mention is that we are very concerned about privacy, right, in the digital age. And one thing we don't allow in the school district is something you guys are probably fairly familiar with, are Alexa and Google Homes. You guys somebody probably has one of those at home. Well, those are examples of something that we don't allow in the district because those devices are always listening, even without your consent, by the way. So, so we do follow. We also have our parents are signing our acceptable use policy on a yearly basis on behalf of their students, so they are informed of our technology practices. There's also 2 board policies that you're probably aware of that are 3270, which is the student version, and 5330, which is the staff version. The staff version actually says in the board policy that there is no expectation of privacy in any materials that are stored, transmitted, or received via the district's electronic network or district computers. So that policy was approved by the board.
Right, and just in respect to where I think trustee Grissom was going is, I hear what that's saying, and yes, the board did approve that policy. But the reality is these the little Chromebook devices, when children take them into their home, etc., it's tracking everywhere they're going when that thing is connecting to wherever, whatever. I think her concern, and I'm not trying to speak for trustee Grissom, because it's something that I just kind of think about every once in a while, is that, you know, if my child's bringing home a device to do their schoolwork and then it's logging everything within its vicinity for the fact that this is what my child is now required to use for schoolwork, I don't know that I'm okay with that.
If you checked out a district supplied device, yes, that district device is tracking your internet history, and that is it.
Right,
Only the websites you go to. We do not filter at home.
okay,
So you can essentially go to any site currently at home.
okay,
So you have freedom at home outside of, what sites you go to. Obviously, if there was a question about those sites, principals or district office, if it's a staff, could request that data, but it does not block you from doing anything at home. Whereas when they're in district, obviously there are certain protections on them for certain sites that they cannot go to.
now if they go, like, can the district track them if they're like going on vacation and,
Where the device is currently located?
Yeah.
Very rudimentarily, so you can only, a Chromebook can only track where the provider is located. So for example, our Chromebooks look like they're in Seattle
mhm,
because the provider is actually centrally located out of Seattle.
okay,
So that doesn't do a lot of help because I'm pretty sure the majority of our Chromebooks hopefully are not in Seattle.
that would.
Well, and also just to clarify, they're not required to use a Chromebook. Parents can provide
Yep.
their own device. They do not have to have.
So
So there is an option if parents are concerned, they can provide their own laptop.
But how many Chromebooks do we have out there?
we have 1-to-1, so we have roughly 5,000 Chromebooks.
And every teacher has one.
So yes, as Dr. Mack said, we have what's called a BYOD, which is a bring your own device policy. Anybody can bring their own device. They do not have to check out a Chromebook. And in fact, you get a more basic, I would call it a more basic level of filtering when you bring your own device.
Okay,
Can I say something? Trustee Grissom fairly adamant about the tracking aspect, and I just want to make one distinction about the tracking is that there's two separate forms of it. Basically, there's the Google side, as in if you didn't turn off location services on your phone, on the Google account, it knows everywhere you go. It paints a fun little map for you. That's disabled for every student account and every staff member account on the Google services side.
okay,
The side he's referring to is more like a device registry that only can track kind of like the basic information of the Chromebooks, so like MAC address, its IP, stuff like this, but it's very vague. It'll say like it's in this city
General.
or this, like he said, wherever it's hosting out. Most of the time you see that it's in Raptor because a lot of services are based out of Raptor. So you don't actually see their house. You don't get to see the little map. You don't get to see everywhere we're taking or anything that people imagine tracking.
right,
It doesn't even make a map. It just tells you the last place that we saw it.
okay,
So we don't say, oh, well, they've been here. Not really.
okay,
So
okay.
That's a very good point. The only tracking we would do is if a device is lost.
Okay,
So, because of COVID, of course, there were plenty of devices that went home. And we actually, I think, went very well. We lost somewhere around 13 devices over our last 2 years.
oh, okay,
And by lost, I mean, some of them could have been purposely lost, but you understand what I mean.
I did. Did not make their way back.
Yes.
That's very good, by the way. Our tech
Oh, yeah.
department was very conscientious in doing.
Out of 5,000 devices, 13.
That's
Yeah, that's good.
excellent.
One question I have was referenced a moment ago on that. What data feedback is there on the Google side of things?
So, yeah, Google, the nice thing is we have what's called the educational version of Google. So if you're on Google at your home, it's an entirely different experience. Personal Google is what I mean. You're gonna see targeted ads, for example. The Google education version has no ads. It doesn't do any tracking. So the Google education version is very safe.
So there's no information that goes from a Chromebook back to Google.
No identifying information. Of course, every company, Microsoft, any company does anonymous tracking, right? But no identifying information about it.
So what kind of information would go back?
to Google?
Google would be, the only thing they're getting is giving login times, for example, because they're passing that back to us, that we can check that. So they're housing it, everything's housed on Google, but all the management is on us. So Google doesn't do any of the, obviously, managing of the settings that are available. So they're essentially the server, but they're not the management that is on us internally in the department.
You can see how often things happen, how much they happen, and all those things, but they can't see who does the things.
Yeah.
As vaguely as I can put it. You can see a lot of information as far as visitation, time spent, clicks, access, things like that, but they can't see who's doing it to keep.
But they
staff
use the
and-
machine, correct?
They know that, they know the machine exists. I mean,
Okay.
they know that that account is active and so on, but they don't know who that person is. and
Who's-
stuff like
who
this.
owns the
Yeah.
account?
Yeah, and it's just, it's the world we live in today. If you didn't want a Google Chromebook, for example, first of all, we would be spending double what we spent on any other device. So, that's obviously a consideration for the board, money. But you're also gonna have those same tracking, anonymous tracking is gonna happen. As Dane said, your phone is tracking you. For example, it's slightly unfortunate, but it is the world we live in. The nice thing is there are protections in place, government protections in place. Most of that tracking is anonymous tracking. They're using it. But
Do you have any analytics on how much time is spent on each Chromebook? For example?
it's not
On a
something.
daily basis or monthly basis?
Yeah, so now, since COVID, Chromebook is essentially their textbook. So you're gonna see huge, they're using a Chromebook outside of like something like PE. They're using a Chromebook almost all day. At our elementary level, they don't take them home. Our junior high level, or excuse me, our middle school level, it's gonna take some getting used to, for everybody apparently. Our middle school level, they can request to take them home, but it's not a take them home every day. And our high school level, they're welcome to take them home every single day if they want to. So you would see obviously difference in how much they use it depending on what level they're at, our high school level. So if you have a teenager, you probably know that they're on some kind of device 24/7, whether it's a Chromebook or a phone, tablet or Xbox or something.
Trustee Jones, I'd welcome you to go do some learning walks with me throughout, like Board Chair Thompson did. And when you go into classrooms, there's a lot of teaching and learning going on that the Chromebooks aren't being used. So they're not being used in the classroom every day in all classes. If there's some classes where it's more dependent on, and others with certain units it is, but there's plenty of downtime in all classrooms K through 12. There is, and I would welcome you to come walk through the buildings, both of you.
We will do that.
Yes, and I would love that, and I think then you can get a sense of it by going through all the buildings. That would be a great opportunity for us.
How do you track all these?
How do we track all these? There's something called an asset management system, but it just tracks by the name of the device. It doesn't track you. So we can track the device.
No, I know that, but somebody turns the device off and you can't track it.
Correct.
So how do you
Until they turn
account-
it back on.
how do you account for all the computers, the 4,700 computers? Do you have a tracking log out, log in?
Nope, just last time it was on. So that's,
I'm just saying, because when I got my computer,
yeah.
I didn't sign for it.
Oh, for staff. So yes,
I'm just
I
asking.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So students do sign for a Chromebook. Currently, staff aren't required to sign for a Chromebook or a device. So yes, that is the difference in policy. Currently, we have students check their parents. depending on
So
their-
they have to sign them out every day,
No. They one-time sign out at the beginning of the year.
but then they leave them at the school if they have to.
Correct. Well, it depends, once again, it depends on their age level. So elementary, middle school,
Right.
middle school, they can request to take them home. It's not an automatic take them home. And high school, they're welcome to take them home.
But again, we must be doing something right, because over the last 2 years, we've only lost 13 for this size of a district. That's unheard of. So that's a good positive for the tech department. And also the honesty of our kids.
Your kids, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Any other questions? for Chad? Thank you, Chad.
Thank you for staying, Chad.
Thank you, Chad.
Go home and do your lesson plans.
Yeah.
Moving on to curriculum, academic conversations, comments, discussion points.
These are all library books again.
Glad to see that. I'm glad, I'm not glad, but the list is shrinking. It is shrinking. No discussion.
Do we have a motion?
No, it's not an actionable item. No discussion. Nothing to talk about. Okay. Moving on to plan of action for board policy. This is a revision of the protocol that was presented at the last board meeting. I guess so you two have kind of an understanding of why we're here. When Trustee Grissom and I got on the board, Dr. Meyer suggested that she and I become the policy committee and review policies, because the policies, several of them have not been updated. On top of the fact that our district doesn't have policies in place that we should. So Trustee Grissom and I were meeting weekly, just kind of hankering out some things. The clerk was involved. Sometimes Ms. Sexton was there, sometimes Brooke was there, whatever administrative staff needed that to be there regarding the policy topic was usually there. However, late summer, the scuttle became that, the board is doing the policies. Well, that is the board's job, but I have been asking for more input from, parents, staff, anybody, come join the policy committee. So I gave it back to Dr. Meyer and said, we need to figure this out. So the conclusion has been that Dr. Meyer has handed it off to Dr. Pasley, and she and Dr. Meyer are kind of not necessarily the committee, but they're spearheading this whole thing, and they have a protocol for how they're going to be handling getting getting policies back to the board for review, update, and implementation. Is that correct? Okay.
The hope is just that we have a more solid system, so we're
Yes.
getting more stakeholder input. And I'm doing some of the behind the scenes stuff, so that when it comes to the committee, whoever we define as the committee, there's a draft with a lot of input, so some of that legwork is done prior to, so because they were meeting weekly and it was taking a long time, and although they're committed to that, it's a lot of work, so I'm taking that behind the scenes piece and then bringing all of that input, so that then it's just putting it together to bring to a first read and then to a second read to the board, so to just kind of fast track that process.
Well, and just to clarify, I actually liked doing policy. It's not it's very interesting to me. So it's not a negative. My concern is that the public's perception is that the board's doing something wrong. And given that there was no other members of the public on the committee, I said no more until we can get some balance so that the transparency is crystal clear. I mean, we were just reviewing the policies, making the updates necessary, and then bringing them to the board. We weren't doing anything inappropriate, but the perception made by some of the public members was that we're doing something wrong. So just to make it crystal clear, I'd like to get the public more involved so that, people have a say.
And I'm a checklist person, so that's kind of, you see that protocol of just like, in my mind, I would document each of these steps so that, and then put in the link. So when we get staff input, then there's a document linked in there. So we also have that kind of longitudinal, and data for and historical pieces as we go. So there are a lot of policies.
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
Yes, there are.
There are very.
So this
They're
was
very
just kind of
organized.
our first draft of how that protocol, the pieces. I just matched it with the original P of A, so there weren't any changes from that original P of A, so if I'm missing something, but it was just a kind of trying to look at it holistically. Here's all the markers that we need and putting it in some type of system.
Perfect.
So that's kind of from beginning to end,
That would be the hope,
everything in between.
right?
My only quick question is on the starting point and the next step, where did you pull those from?
So I'd have to give kudos to the sweet little board, our clerk of the board. She did a really great job of starting, kind of putting this whole draft of where ISBA policies have come through. And so then I took from there and just started chronologically with the oldest to the, newest of what we need, and starting with some of those required and some of those recommended. So my hope would be every time we're bringing 3 and we'll probably have to talk about how, if we're gonna go to a month, if we wanna look at 6, although that would be a lot.
We're
But
only
just-
have 1 meeting a month,
Yeah,
so it's gonna be a
exactly.
little different.
Um,
All right, ladies.
So just so that we're starting to get through, because we're
Right.
going back to 2019 of required policy that we need to make changes to. So my proposal was starting here. These are the 2019, and then hitting some of the financial, having Brian look at that and just trying to hit from a chronological point. If you guys want us to start somewhere different, we can, but
The only thing that I asked, which was a frustration of mine prior, was on, say, 3010, when we revise it, typically at the bottom, there's 1, 2, maybe 12 additional policies that it's linked into, that we're looking at those policies to see when last time those were updated. And we're comparing that to making sure everything is in a row. Because what was happening is we were updating a policy, and then the policies down here had cross language that didn't match, and so Full meal deal. She
Yes.
wants the full meal deal. That's
So-
perfect.
that's the only thing that I ask for, is that you take that into consideration, is that whatever policies that are cross-referenced, that we're looking at those cross policies at the same time.
So then as we go through this, if some of those cross policies are 10 deep, so you and I can talk about,
Perfect.
are we bringing one with 10, what that looks like, and just because,
I'm
Some
gonna bring
of
it
them are
all, I
lofty.
don't care.
Yeah.
but
right,
Others
so
might.
we can talk. Do you feel like this is a good
But
starting
you
point?
wanted one meeting a month.
I know.
We don't want it to go 12 hours long, though.
You know what, they passed on to us early on and.
That's
reviewed
very true,
before
very
we-
true.
Yeah, some of this could potentially be streamlined and.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
ways to straighten it out. So what was your question? Yeah, I think it's
It's like
great.
this is a good starting point.
Yes, I do.
Is this gonna be done piecemeal? You're gonna work on all of it and then bring it to us?
My interpretation of what Board Chair Thompson just said is that's what she's trying to avoid, is that it's not piecemeal, that we look at it in its entirety with its accompanying standard or
The
accompanying
policy in its
policies,
entirety.
and then we go
Not
from
the
there.
whole,
Well, not the whole thing?
not
Not
the
the
whole thing,
entire.
but like policy 3010, if it has a cross-reference of 2 additional policies, that all 3 of those would be brought so that everything is, but then you have to be a little careful with that because you're cross policy everywhere, but at least paying attention to the fact that there's
I see
other.
this as a never-ending job.
It is.
Well, it
It
is.
is a never-ending job.
But it's our job to do.
I understand that, but
Something that's really important to note is that we, prior to this school board starting with trustee Grissom and Thompson, we did not do a lot of policy upgrades. We upgrade them as we got to them and needed them.
right,
And it was not a consistent, it's not neither right, I'm not trying to say anybody did anything wrong. I'm just saying it wasn't at the top of our priorities, we had other priorities. I'm not saying that was right or wrong, I'm just saying what's happened historically. When they came on and they went through the board training that we just talked about, something that was really noted was governance policy is one of your most primary jobs. At that point, these two wonderful women decided that they were going to volunteer to help with the policy committee.
However we want to look at it, okay.
And it became, they were working on every single week, but you cannot keep up if you don't have, and especially from ISBA, look at the required policies when laws change. So what Dr. Pasley and I did was say, okay, let's look at what are required by law and by ADAPA, that we get those first, because by law, we're supposed to have those upgraded.
Right.
So we are looking at those first, and then we'll take the other pieces like Board Chair Thompson said, that are below, that are cross-pollinated, and that will be coming to you as a bundle, and we're gonna keep up. That's why we wanna keep up, and there may be more policies than you would prefer if we're only gonna have one meeting a month, so I'm just giving you fair warning.
Well, and there, pursuant to statute, we are supposed to review these every year. So it's, and there are some policies that were like, there are some statutes that said you have to give this to parents. And we weren't doing that. So we've just got things, we're just putting things back in a row and doing what we need to do, which is what we were elected for. Okay. I like what you brought. I think it's great. Thank you for the
Thank you.
clarification.
Hopefully you say thank you.
After we get started.
No funds for me? Moving on to the, okay, to transportation. I asked that this be brought to the board. In the month of December, I received 4 complaints from parents regarding interactions their children have on the school bus. So I asked Dr. Meyer, because I do think the board needs to be made aware of what type of training are our bus drivers given? What type of continuing education do we give them, etc. Because what stood out in all 4 complaints that I received was that these children could be dubbed behavioral children. And we spend so much time and energy during the day in the schools focused on behavioral children. We give them rooms that they can de-escalate in. We have assistance for them. Our primary focus is making sure that their needs are being met to foster learning. But yet we're putting them on a bus to get, or the parents are putting them on a bus to get to school, and we're putting them on the bus at the end of the day to get home. And in my opinion, we're coming to the point where it's just fend for yourselves when you get there and coming to school and coming home. So Dr. Meyer did explain that the bus drivers do have an annual training for behavioral kids. My concern is if our primary focus in education, which I know it's not our primary, but it is one of our top, that, you know, these behavioral kids have special accommodations. I don't know how we're carrying that through as we're transporting these kids to school and from school. And so I think it's worth the board looking at, seeing, is there something more we can do, should do, or want to do? It does concern me. I mean, one of the complaints was that the bus driver had told a 3rd grader to grow a pair because he got in trouble or whatever. Another one got off the bus yelling at the bus driver. I mean, just behavior that it's like, well, what is going on? I know the bus driver doesn't have time to contend with behavior problems while they're driving the bus down the road. Their job is to drive the bus safely and to get the children to and from safely. I know that is their job, but somewhere we need to make a connection so that the bus driver stays because they're happy and they don't have to contend with the behavior, but the children aren't being re-traumatized coming to school and going home from school. Again, this is my opinion based on the 4 complaints that I received in 1 month. I mean, I've received one off here and there, and it wasn't necessarily that I felt that, I mean, these parents, 2 of them said they went through the proper chain and nothing really happened, so they just dropped it, but they did call and talk to me about it. And it isn't necessarily that I think the problem is the bus driver. I'm just concerned that we may not be providing enough or doing enough with the abundant amount of behavioral problems we have, or behavioral, they're not really problems, behavioral children that we have within our district, when we keep being told the behaviors keep growing, the behavior population continues to grow. I think we have a hole in our bucket, and I'm concerned. So I asked for this to be brought before us so we could have a conversation to try and understand what we do, where we're at, and how it's done.
Well, it seems to me there are several issues involved, and that's a
I'm sure.
legitimate concern,
Yeah.
obviously. Have you ever driven a school bus?
I would not want to, I'm terrified of the large
I have.
vehicles.
So I can
Yeah.
relate to the school bus driver.
Oh, I have great empathy
And
for
one of
them.
the problems that I see we're having is retaining bus drivers. Am I not correct?
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
So, how much expectation we can put on the bus driver to deal with behavioral issues with individual students is a big question mark, it seems to me. To help them have understanding for those kids is pretty important.
Mhm.
But to ask them to actually do behavior modification kinds of things, I think is beyond the scope of their responsibility.
Well, I don't know that necessarily we should be giving them that responsibility. However, if we're fully aware that we have a significant population of behavior kids, and we're putting them on a bus that we don't expect the bus driver to contend with their behavioral issues, okay, well, I think then somebody else should be on that bus to contend with it.
Well, that may be,
Or there needs to be some solution to
maybe it should
this.
be the parent.
I have no qualms with that whatsoever. But it is concerning to me.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring
No,
it up.
it's a perfectly legitimate concern. I'm not sure that's one that's easily resolved, just based on the fact that, we have retention problems and school bus drivers, have a huge, number one, responsibility
Yes,
for
they
the
do.
safety of every one of those kids going across school. And secondly, it's a huge responsibility. It's a difficult one because you have to take care of what's going on the highway or the road or in your surroundings. In addition to having eyes in the back of your head so you can see what's going on behind you
Right.
and then try to deal with those issues. And if you have a major upheaval of some sort, like some student on a bus, you can't stop the route at that point and take a half hour to try to resolve some issue.
Correct. Correct.
So, it's my understanding, there are protocols as to how to deal with those. If the driver has a problem with a student on the bus, that's obviously reportable to the transportation supervisor and to the building principal, who probably has the ultimate responsibility to try to resolve that in some form or another.
And I do, Board Chair Thompson shared that she had these 4 complaints, but I do want to say that there has not been any due investigation or due process rights for the bus drivers. So if parents called her directly, I didn't have any opportunity, nor did the director or principals have any. So this is just one set of perspective that she's talking about. It could be we have video on all buses, and this hasn't been an investigation, so it's only one set of perspective.
You do have video on all buses?
Mhm.
Okay.
Is that video allowed for the parents?
The parents can come in and watch that if they request. We do not release it according to the attorneys. We don't release it, but they can come into the transportation department and they can view what's happened.
How long do we retain that video footage?
I'm not sure, this Chad's not here. I'm not sure, it's not forever, but definitely long enough if there's an incident that, with the cameras, that if there's an incident, we think that the parent's gonna wanna see it, or we need to show the principal or all that, we pull it
Mhm.
off of the camera system onto a server.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. And, that is not happen every day, uncommon for, a student not to be either not behaving appropriately, and so there's a consequence, maybe you're gonna be off the bus for a few days. There's a sort of protocol and
Right.
steps, progressive discipline that they follow and work with the transportation director and also principals. And then, there's also the other side, if we get a complaint from a parent who says, this happened, and then we'll pull the video too. As a general rule, I can tell you that, I don't know what the percentage should be, but as a general rule, pretty 75, 80, 90% of the time, the story often that is told by the student isn't tell the whole story, and that the parents are shocked when they see the video.
Yeah.
So I'm just letting you know that sometimes you gotta do the whole investigation to get those, not that we're perfect, and there's
Well-
definitely those things.
And for clarification, I didn't bring this up to Dr. Meyer to go on an investigative witch hunt for the bus driver. What was concerning to me was the 4 complaints that I got were all about behavior children. All these children have behavioral issues. My thought goes to the fact of we put and spend taxpayer dollars and invest a lot of resources daily into every school for these kids with behavior issues. But yet we're doing, by the perception, nothing on the bus to and nothing on the bus home, unless they get expelled from the bus and then have to go on a different bus, which did happen with one of the children. And, neither here nor there, they're still getting bus transportation and it's working. But my thought is, how many kids are gonna have to go through this where they're put on a different bus? To me, it's a conversation to be had, and maybe we don't need to do anything.
What do you see as a solution?
I don't know. I mean, if we're putting one bus driver on a bus and expecting them to manage, how many kiddos do those buses hold?
Up to 72.
Yeah, 72 kids with no assistance. Is that fair to the bus driver? Is that fair to those kids? I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know how many buses we have. I don't know. I don't have enough information. But even if it's just one child, I think it poses looking at in consideration. I had 4 complaints, 2, 3 different bus routes. It wasn't the same bus route. So it's just, and what just stuck out to me was, ooh, these are behavior, all the issues were the behavior kids. So to me, that's a population. It's not, the good kids or, well, I don't know, whatever labels we give them nowadays, but behaviorals are the ones that we do focus the most on throughout the entire school day, but yet we're not giving any attention to them on the bus ride home or on the bus ride to school. I don't know that that's a good thing. I don't know. I mean, it's something to talk about.
Question, obviously new bus drivers with your training has to do with riding a bus. How much of that training is related to the kind of issues that we're talking about here?
And
Have we had any, has the board had any review of that training?
And so here's what exactly what she asked for is what you just said. Board Chair Thompson asking to go through, since you've been here, what training have we done? And so besides the actual physical training and testing and schools, the bus safety and all of that, this is the training overview that we have had for the bus drivers since I've been here. And we certainly can always add more. We do some individual as requested, and the principals have really made a concerted effort to include bus drivers in behavior plans, updates to behavior plans, any IEPs or students with accommodations that it may. And you can see we have behavior interventions. Is this enough? I told Chairman Thompson, we always could add more. We're definitely not, always can add more behavior training because, as she said, we do have a lot of focus in the schools on students with behaviors.
And that was a question that I was going to ask. Obviously, children with severe behavior problems have some sort of an IEP.
Yeah, or we do have one-on-one bus aides that do ride along with students in certain
So
circumstances.
in the
If
case
it's
of
in their
kids
IEP.
who are on IEP, is the driver invited into a portion of
Yes.
those meetings to
Yes.
Understand what the behavioral issues?
Ever
I think
since
that's
2018.
Part of what you're talking about is whether or
Okay.
not the driver has an appreciation of understanding of what the kid's about.
Yes, it is, but in defense of not having investigated all of these claims to know much more than the parent calling and saying, I'm a bit concerned. I've got one parent saying, I'm just letting my hands go because I don't want my kid to have too many more problems. Another one had said, the bus driver started the year off saying, I hope your kid doesn't become a problem for me. So, I mean, there's those sorts of things that it's just like, I know that it's a hard position to fill. What I'm concerned about is if we're just putting the bus driver on the bus, as you said, they can't manage the kids while they're driving down the road because that's not their primary focus. It's the safety being on the road. So is that adequate for the growth of behavioral problems we're having, or behavioral students we're having within this district? I mean, if a child is a one-on-one, why shouldn't a bus driver just have a paraprofessional that rides the bus with them to manage the children? If that's a necessity, I don't know.
Yeah, that's an option. Do we have any instances where we have an aide on the bus for that purpose?
Yes, we do.
But those kids don't have AIDS. The ones that got complaints, they don't have AIDS.
No.
So then they should just be suspended off the bus. They're common
Okay,
problems.
sure.
Okay.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Just from a principal perspective.
Yeah.
So not every kid has an IEP, so our ones who are pretty severe, when you're talking about in educational terms, we call them our tier 3 kids. We definitely have buses where there's a lot of the bus driver will come in and they're saying this is a rough bus, like we're struggling, the behaviors are, and it always comes to the principal. And
Okay.
when we write those behavior plans, we really try to write them through the lens of the environment. So are we struggling at recess? Are we struggling in the lunchroom? Are we struggling in the classroom? The bus is a part of that. So typically, if we know that that's a problem, or the foresight of that it's potentially going to be a problem, we try to write in symptoms or whatever preventative measures we're going to do. So the bus is typically included. I can only speak for Betty Kiefer, but oftentimes the bus drivers would come in and they would come straight to me if there was a problem. And so then we would brainstorm, like, what could we do? And they were a part of that kind of brainstorming session.
Okay.
So we never build those in isolation or always specific to those environments. We definitely have special transportation where there are kids who have additional staffing because of the need. And it could be medical, but it's a high need, whether it's aggressive behavior, but it's a high need. We also have buses that if they just struggle, and so we put additional staffing on those buses.
Okay.
But typically, I mean, I would say more often than not, you're having behaviors that are not our IEP kids. It's just there's a situation, there's a pragmatic issue with another student or whatever. And so there's, you just have to make some changes. So from a principal standpoint, we really do try to meet with the bus drivers and figure out what we can do to support that. And we're meeting with those parents. To Trustee Quimby's point, sometimes it's a suspension, sometimes it's just a warning. All of that funnels back to the principal, and Dr. Meyer really has advocated for principals to take the lead on that, recognizing that the primary focus of the driver should be, driving and not having to deal with that. So we are really, some of the drivers are great and want to, they'll come in and say, please don't pass out any candy because by 3:30 the kids are crazy time, like what, and so we try to do whatever we can to support that. But I definitely feel like in some building, it really is a team effort, and it's not, we don't see that as a separate entity. They're a part of from the moment they get on that bus, we're trying to support all of our employees to build behavior plans that encompass all those pieces.
Okay.
So it's not in isolation.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, not fully having an understanding of what we do, how we do it, what we offer, and where we're willing to go is beneficial, I think, for every trustee to know, so that when we do get a complaint, I mean, because all it was they did try to follow the chain and then just said, forget it. But they wanted me to know this was going on. And again, like I said, all I took out of the conversations was the same subcategory that these children will fit in. And so that caused me to go, what are we doing and where are we at with it? So thank you for that, because
That was.
that's information that
To
we
Dr.
don't have.
Meyer's point, we can always do better and always probably do more, but it really is a case by case. And I think from our standpoint, from principal standpoint, you know, if our kids are starting the day, having a rough experience, that tends to, it permeates throughout the whole entire
It does.
day. If we set them off, if we've given them candy or we've given them red dye, then that just makes the bus ride. So we're all trying to work in tandem to figure this out. So we're not having this kid go home and then they're squirrely for their parents. So it's just a positive all the way around. Does that make sense? So the goal is really we're a team and trying to figure out, even if it's not right in my face team. Does that make sense?
It does.
So.
And thank you. I appreciate all that information.
The second slide, you had asked for the extracurricular, and this was the policy that we found that our students would need to ride the bus and their parents can check them out. So I just linked that in there if there's any questions about that.
Well, and yeah, this had come on because of the cancellation of bus transportation, and then children arrived and were told they couldn't participate because, and you had explained how that all came to be. But within the language of this policy, this statement, unless other travel arrangements are authorized, I don't understand how that mandates the kids ride the bus. Because I would think if we're canceling buses and parents still want to transport their children, I would think they should be allowed to do that.
Yeah, and that was the only reason they were told they couldn't participate was there was a new AD at the middle level, and that was dealt with and addressed that very same day. So, and as I shared with you, we do have liability to make sure that if parents are transporting, we have a slip that they must sign. In some cases, like in this case, you can't give them the slip, so they do it via email, but saying that they are transporting their student and or their kid, and that the event starts at the school site. So that from an attorney's viewpoint, then that releases our liability for the district that if they get in an accident on the way when the parents are transporting, it's their insurance, not the district's insurance. So that typically takes place, and at both high school, comprehensive high schools where there is activities, they're aware of that. The middle level wasn't aware of that, but now they are.
Okay,
So this was a learning opportunity for the middle level.
well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
I do want to put this on Dr. Pasley's radar. This policy hasn't been updated since '05, and there has been legislative change, and I did review the current policy through ISBA. So if we could put it on the radar to kind of look at and update, that would be great.
I got a question too. So cancellation of school. I mean, we have administrators telling us we can't go to a tournament if the school's closed. When we have a charter bus scheduled to go. So the charter bus is already paid for.
Yeah, I said that they could go.
Well, I know, but I'm saying that
Do we have
The
a
thing
policy
is-
that states
the
that?
thing is like a couple years ago in Boise, they had a tournament in Boise. And there was a snowstorm in Boise. And the superintendent of the school district said, those kids cannot go to that tournament because there was no school. So you had all the schools in Boise that couldn't go.
Yeah.
But you had people from Wyoming and North Idaho and I just don't understand the overreach of telling people what they can do with their kids and when.
Well, and ours is that what we've had since I've been here, precedent has been, in our emergency closure protocol, which I can share with you. If we call school, then the superintendent calls the ADs to say what events are at night, what's the weather prediction, can parents drive separately, is it still, and so it's a discussion
Right.
on the individual circumstances. And when this just happened recently, and AD Cronley said, hey, we still have this charter and we're going here. And even if school's canceled, can we still go? And I said, based on road conditions, if the charter feels fine, they can still go.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, like Coeur d'Alene was, we rode with Coeur d'Alene and their AD was telling them if they cancel school, you're not going. And Lakeland said the same thing. And so we have two ADs telling us the same thing, if school's closed, you can't go. And there's a charter bus waiting.
Was this year or?
Yeah, this year, this last week. And so we left the day early and got down there ahead of the storm.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm like, if the bus company's going,
Right.
those guys need to be aware of that, you know, and
Well,
like
we
a
do
lot
have
of
a
these
brand new,
activities, a lot of these activity stuff, you know, I've got coaches asking me, well, you know, what's my responsibility? They don't have any training or anything. They're just, oh, you're a hired coach. Here you go.
yeah,
You know, so they should get some kind of training, like scheduled stops or unscheduled stops, you know, picking up other teams on the way to Montana or whatever. They should know their protocol on what they should do. If
the
they need-
coaches,
If they need your permission to pick up, yeah, it's in here, you know, but, yeah.
That would be on the AD, that's the AD's responsibility to make sure that the
Well, that's
coaches
what I'm saying, but
understand
there's no
how.
training for these coaches, so you hire a coach and there's no training. They don't know what they're doing.
oh, I thought,
They're asking me questions, that's all,
oh, okay.
you know,
Dr.
so I was
Barrett,
looking it up, that's all.
Can you clarify something for me? Oh, wait, wait, sure. No, that's okay.
I'm just making sure to check with the ADs if they're giving training to coaches.
Okay. You stated that it's precedent. I don't show anywhere in our policy that states that if the school closes, then all extracurriculars are closed as well.
Yeah, it doesn't, I'm saying that our precedent has been, it's in our emergency closure protocol.
Mhm.
And it says that after the morning happens, where the closure may happen, then I call the ADs and we talk about individual circumstances, the weather. It's a discussion that I have with the ADs. And that's in our emergency protocol.
Okay, I'm just, I guess, more.
It's not automatically canceled. We discuss it. The ADs and I discuss it.
Right, because we've had games at
Yeah.
night after the roads are cleared.
Right.
Or a tournament. or whatever.
Right.
So we have policy 8320, emergency school closures, that says whenever an emergency school closure is declared, those schools affected shall cancel all extracurricular activities and or practices unless notified otherwise by the superintendent.
Okay,
So that's what I've just done it on a case by case, and we put it in the emergency closure protocol, so that we wouldn't just automatically cancel. We would wait to discuss it.
Okay.
So
I
that's
was
what,
looking at
that's what we've done since I've
a
been here.
different policy about emergency closure, so thank you for
So
But
do
this
you
one
have-
hasn't been updated since 2008, so you might want to look at it.
I think that works because it's worked at least the last 6 years. I haven't got complaints because we're doing it on an individual. And if there's practice, I just ask that they make it optional because some families driveways maybe haven't been, can't get out. So I just make it optional so that they don't, practices so that they don't feel pressure. That's the only thing that I've done since I've been here. But I will follow up to find out about the training for coaches.
Well, I think part of the policy indicates that the policy itself is supposed to be provided to coaches and advisors. You know, they have an obligation to be aware of that. And he probably has an obligation to make sure.
Any other conversations on that? Okay. The clubs and organizations. This was brought up because parent emailed about a club. I asked for the information on the club. Nobody had any information on the club. And it hasn't been a standard practice for the clubs that would exist within the schools to file any documentation or formal reapplication or anything like that. So because of our policies, the board's supposed to be approving the clubs that are within the schools. Some of the administration don't really even know how some of the clubs got there. It was recommended that possibly we roll to where just at the start of the year, or when a club wants to be brought into a school, that we just do the application. I mean, so that everybody knows and has the information up front. Because when you have parents that are like, why is this happening? And then as a trustee, I'm saying, well, can I see the documentation for what this club's about, what's going on, and the school doesn't have any? That's really concerning. So I don't know if it was just in casual conversation, we talked about possibly presenting it to where.
It was a discussion
It was a
item
discussion,
at,
okay.
I think the December board meeting.
Was it this, okay,
And in that conversation, I had asked to be able to put together kind of a draft and bring the questions then to the board for your input
okay,
to determine whether there's additional information that you would want. So this is a PDF of a Google form that we would put on the
Okay.
website for kids and parents to access. And we looked at the policy and what the policy requires of clubs.
great,
Which is why some of the questions are on here. So some of them are kind of self-explanatory, but this one is a big one as far as whether it's a district-sponsored club or a non-sponsored club.
Mhm.
And so we wanted to have an answer to that, because if it's a district-sponsored club, then we have to have a district advisor.
Mhm.
Where if it's a non-sponsored club, we still have to have a district employee supervise those meetings if they're in our buildings, but they can't participate.
What's the difference between the two?
When you look at the policy, the way that I read it, a sponsored club would have some kind of a tie to, it would be a co-curricular type of a club where there's a tie to something that we're doing in the school. Where a non-sponsored club would be things like student prayer groups and clubs that don't have any curricular ties. I can't think of a sponsored club.
FFA is a sponsored.
But there's a curricular tie to that. So I'm trying to think of a sponsored club that doesn't have a curricular tie, and I can't think of that. So then we would want to know the name of the parent or adult or student leader who's leading this club, and then also the staff member that would be the supervisor if it's a non-sponsored, because we do have to have a staff member present. What's the purpose or the mission, and how will it benefit students? That's my question, because if we're going to put a club in place at school, it needs to be something that benefits the school community and not be divisive or if you don't like the wording of that, I can change it, but that was.
what I would like is for it to be 2 questions,
What's the
because
purpose
instead of
of
a
it?
double question
Okay.
in 1 sentence. And the other thing, I mean, I don't know if all clubs would have a mission, but I think asking, what's the purpose is significant. And I would say asking, what is the club's mission statement? May just clarification for what they're looking at and how they may answer it.
So when you say you want 2 questions, are you saying to separate the purpose and the mission, or to have the mission /
No,
purpose
actually,
separate from benefit?
My first comment was about separating the what and the how, making that
Okay.
2 questions. But then in further looking at what you're asking, the purpose or the mission,
So what is the mission statement?
what is the mission statement? What is the purpose of the club? Because if there is no mission statement, then they are not going to put anything. So why do you want to get together?
Right.
Type of thing.
So do you see that as 2 questions? I guess that's where.
Yeah, you could make that 2 questions.
This is in our policy. Clubs must have a set of bylaws or rules. And so what are your club rules? Please provide a brief overview of anticipated activities for the club. And then when do they plan on meeting? Is it once a week, right after school? Is it all year long? Is it just part of the year? And then what other information would you like the board to know? Is there any information that we didn't ask about that you guys would want to know in making a decision as to whether or not you're going to approve the request?
So if they're sponsored by the school, then we're good on insurance, but if they're not sponsored by the school doesn't have to have their own insurance, right?
Not for student clubs.
Just clubs are fine. But like sports, you have to have insurance.
So where I think we talked about not just having this form filled out when they want to start a new club, but also having them do it every year so that we know that we don't have a bunch of activities on the books that haven't been in existence for numerous years.
So, so what would you like then to see maybe as like an end of the year activity that the club members fill this out and have the approval to you for summer so that they're ready to go in the fall rather than rewriting it in the fall and having to kind of wait until October potentially.
I would like on there just your little fill in the circles. Is this a renewal? Yes or no? So that we know that they're renewing this, that this isn't like something that's never been before us.
Could we do it, I guess I'm asking, can we do that in the spring, like May or June, to have it ready to roll the first day of school instead of putting the clubs, 2 months out? Because depending on if we're only doing one board meeting a year, a month. I know.
Yeah.
I just, they come.
I think so. I think they could be whenever. I mean, if they have them ready to go in the spring, that's definitely helpful especially if they want to start the first of the next school year.
Yeah.
But if they don't get them to us until the week before, then they
Yeah,
have to be
I just-
a little bit delayed.
The only reason I'm asking is we're trying to put some like systems in place
Right,
so
right.
that
Uh-huh.
we don't get to the point where we actually have kids meeting and they've forgotten that they were supposed to. So if everybody knows that the deadline for renewal is May 31st for the following year, then we can just kind of build that system, I guess.
That's fine. I mean, with the understanding that if they miss the deadline, but they still want to bring it forward,
Right. they
and bring
can-
it forward, just know you're not going to start on time.
Right.
So
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think it's a May 31st and we don't want to hear from you till then.
Yeah.
No, I
Or
was
after.
definitely was not saying that. I just, if we could kind of build that where they get used to.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, we're buttoning our things up and this is one of those tasks.
So do you have a quick count off the top of your head about how many clubs and organizations would be filling this out on an annual basis?
Well, I was at Timberlake High School today and they actually have a bulletin board up now that has all clubs, and I glanced at it as I was walking by and I would say that I didn't count, but just thinking about how that board was put together, I would say 15.
15
Mhm,
at each school,
At Timberlake High School.
at Timberlake?
I think they probably have more clubs than any of the other schools. I don't think that Lakeland High School has that many, and then our 2 middle schools definitely don't.
So we're looking at somewhere between 30 and 50.
I'd say we're probably looking somewhere between 20 and 30. But if they've already been approved and it's an annual review, it could just be one, like,
I guess I don't understand if they're already approved and ongoing, why we have to go through a renewal process.
Well, because we've got clubs going on that nobody has any documentation. Nobody knows anything about.
Well, but
Nobody knows.
my thought of it is that if that's the case, then we can ask every club and organization to do one of these so that everything comes up to the surface and current.
We're bringing it all current.
Then from that point forward, unless there's some change in the club organization, why would we have to go through the process?
The reason we talked about it was because apparently there are some activities, there's some accounts maybe. Is that correct? There's some accounts at some of the schools for clubs that have not been in existence and have not met for numerous
So
years.
that's a different issue, it seems to me.
Well, there's also the concern of that if there is no system in place of just automatic renewals of clubs, we're gonna run into the same situation that we have when the parent was asking about this other club that's at, alleged to be at Timberlake. The principal doesn't know anything about it. the principal doesn't have anything on it. So where do we go from there? Do we start this process all over again in 2 or 3 or 4 years?
Well,
I think it's just a matter of being transparent with the public, saying that we know what's going on.
transparency is fine. I did, I'm, once again, I'm not one to try to cure a problem where a problem doesn't exist. If you got a problem, identify the problem, fix that, and then move on, is what I'm suggesting.
Well, this is fixing the problem.
I understand, and I wholeheartedly support this process for new clubs or for any existing one on a one-time basis. If the club disintegrates and it's no longer there, then notify us of that, take them off the books. The principal has a responsibility to do that and keep moving on. Going through a repetitive practice just doesn't seem practical.
But what if they don't notify us? And if they don't notify us,
Then we better talk to the principal, I guess.
but how would we know to do that? We don't know that the club doesn't exist anymore and the principal doesn't know that. And we're just going along as if it does.
The principal needs to figure out what's going on in the school.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a list at Timberlake that's put out every year on the Google Doc that's given out to all coaches and club leaders and staff members that they're asked to fill out any clubs that are in existence, what the club is, who the advisor is. It's a Google Doc that's managed by teacher Jen Jensen. It just has a description of the club, what day they meet, the meeting time, location, all this on this document that was shared with me and shared every single year. This is the current list for 2021, 2022 for Timberlake High School club offerings. This is a list that goes out to all staff. It's in a shared staff directory in Google Drive. So there's a record of that as far as I know on for Timberlake. I can't speak for other schools.
And it would make sense that Jensen does that because she is the yearbook
Mhm.
advisor, so she
Yeah.
keeps, so she can keep track of,
Right.
what clubs need pictures and whatnot.
Yeah,
It used to be the yearbook club, but keep track of them all, or didn't have a club like that. Yearbook and clubs or something like that, I can't remember.
Ryan, Mr. Eberlin definitely knows which clubs are operating in the school. What he doesn't have is this document, and that's what Jeremy Thompson is looking for is that each club that's in existence in our schools has this. So we could start, so with your permission, we can at least start by having all existing clubs complete this, and then we do have 2 or 3 new that will be coming, that will use this document. And then you guys could decide moving forward if you want an annual renewal of those or how you want to manage that, but we could at least get started by.
Because I don't think policy addresses that either way, whether it's an annual renewal or just one and done. So that would be something to look at as what our policy specifically states with respect to that. And we can condition it to what we determine.
So if I will make the changes that you suggested, is there any other information that's not on here that you would like to know about?
No, just as long as it follows what the policy requires us to have to make the decisions, that'd be great.
Okay, and then I will share this out with the 5 secondary principals,
Okay.
and they'll making sure that with kids and parents as interest about clubs comes forward.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Last time the snow plowing. We had quite the snowfall that we did go to school on, which was fine. The kids loved it. Everybody loved it, except the parents when they had to go pick up their children or when the kids tried to leave the high school. So I did ask Dr. Meyer about the snow plowing. Respecting that we contracted out, correct?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't know the cost involved in this. I don't understand why we wouldn't consider something like this. But why can't each school have some type of ATV, UTV, whatever with a little plow on it so that the buses don't get stuck, so that the parents can go pick their kids up and they're not hiking through snow? Have we ever considered that? Is there a reason why we don't consider that?
We've talked, Brian and I have talked about ATVs at schools for sidewalks potentially, but an ATV is not gonna clear a parking lot. Especially when we get snow of any accumulation. So it takes, just so you guys know, it takes 36 hours to plow this district one time.
Okay,
When we plowed in-house before, it would take eight crew to do that. And that's us coming in at midnight, sometimes even the night before to get it done, depending on the snowfall. 36 hours would be like 2 to 4 inch.
okay,
Anything more than that, we're talking potentially more hours added on to that.
okay,
The main reason that we made this choice, one was I did not have a fleet that could handle it anymore. The average mileage on the rigs that we had was 300,000 miles. And they were falling apart, literally. I was driving a sand truck from Spirit Lake Elementary and the axle snapped, fully loaded with sand when I got to Apple.
no,
That's what we dealt with back then. So the other thing is, you take 8 staff members from my shop into plow, and that would include me as part of the team.
right,
We come in, we do our 8-hour plus shift, then we go home and sleep,
right, right,
leaving one person behind, which would be one of my HVAC techs to run call for the entire district all the rest of the day.
okay,
So for me, I mean, to tool up again to do it would be the right way, would be a monumental cost to the district.
okay,
I believe we're budgeting around 120-ish for snow removal. For me, as a taxpayer, that's money well spent when you consider what I would have to pay to get us up to that point to do it again. And then again, we're taking all the production away, and I'm all about production and customer service and
You
such.
are,
And so I can't have, 3 months plus where things just sit idle
right,
while nothing's happening at these schools. I just couldn't do it. So
okay,
that's why the decision was made, and that's why I believe it's still, to this day, is money well spent having the contractors do it, and they do a phenomenal job. It's taken some training on, there's things I want done a certain way. I don't know about buses getting stuff in parking lots. I don't know. I mean, it's a high priority to have these sites ready to go
Mhm.
by 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no,
So-
this was at pickup. It was a disaster.
Yeah, so what happens is, and so we dealt with that when we did it in-house. We've had these storms that one hit late.
Right,
Okay, we're pretty well done. We can maybe get entries and drop-offs, but when it snows all day,
right,
with vehicles and parking lots, their hands are really tied. I mean, they can hit entries and exits, but a lot of these schools are hustling and bustling with parents coming and going. It's hard, it's difficult. We just kind of have to roll with it and then pick up the slack that night.
See,
So,
and that's why I was thinking, even just with an ATV, with the cars in the parking lot for a late afternoon dump or midday dump,
yeah,
whatever. There could be some minimal maintenance that would make it at least not a disaster. I mean, it was a disaster.
yeah,
And I know it wasn't just at the school that I went to, it was, I mean.
yeah.
I saw people were
It-
just like,
It really is it's kind of a circus, to put it
It
blunt.
is.
I mean, I don't know how else to get around it. Now, I do have a plow for my service truck, and I will sometimes go out and help, throughout the day when I'm there. The other thing is heavy equipment. The contractors have heavy equipment and the capability, like they're kind of coming into like outlying schools, like Twin Lakes is a tough one. Twin Lakes gets plugged up very quickly in the front parking lot. So my contractors are equipped with heavy equipment. So they're gonna come in like this weekend and they'll bucket all that snow out into the field. I don't have that ability,
right,
short of going and renting equipment and getting it all over the district to use it.
right,
So I can't help the goofy storm timing. I can't. So, I mean, we just kind of have to do the best we can. The
right.
four-wheeler thing is a good idea. It's just in a parking lot, you're spinning your wheels. I just
Okay.
don't think you get any ground doing that,
Okay.
Sidewalks, different story. Sidewalks might be a beneficial tool. In
Right.
fact, a couple custodians are using them right now
Okay.
to do it, and it does work good. But when it comes to parking lots and such like that, it's chaos to
Okay.
try to do it with a small piece of equipment like that. So that's kind of the reason and the rhyme to why we did it and where we're at with it right now.
Okay, and my thought in the parking lot wasn't for the first of the morning, it was
Mhm.
for in the afternoon when
Yeah.
things happen. And
Yeah.
I know that you can't predict what the weather's gonna do,
You
and you
can't.
cannot predict how much snowfall we're gonna get.
Yeah,
And I don't necessarily think we need to invest a ton of money
yeah,
when it's not something that's gonna be utilized
Yeah. it's gonna sit most of
significantly
the
throughout the year.
correct.
So
Correct.
it's just, I'd like to know,
Yeah.
do we have any
So-
possible solutions?
Well, yeah, so one solution again would be, me as a floater, I can get in and out of these schools when I'm not doing 100 other things, or I could have one of the guys go do it. But my contractors do generally do a pretty good job of monitoring even throughout the day. It just comes down to, can they get in and out of there safely, not having to worry about we got a call to go to Betty Kiefer, a perfect example, during this last storm. The principal called me, it was very late today. I sent two rigs over, we have a couple rigs with plows on them, and they got there, and it was too late to the game. Parents were already showing up, and they got one pass in on the drop-off zone and on the parent pickup zone, and they were done. They couldn't do anything. Nobody was moving vehicles. It's tricky. I don't know how to get around that, and we fought that when we did it in-house too.
Okay.
I don't know. I
That's
don't
good to
have
know.
a, yeah.
I mean,
We do the best we can, the contractor do the best we can, but there are certain times where the parking lots are gonna have snow.
Sometimes the
and
weather doesn't
It's
cooperate.
it's gonna be a little bit of a circus, and
Right.
then, we just get caught up.
Because you certainly, the moment that the parents and all the kids are there and stuff, you can't be plowing.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Well, and I do think it's important for it to come out within the meeting so that the
Yeah.
public is fully aware
Yes,
that the district, does its best. A judgment call was made that was in the best interest of the kids in the
Right.
district, and we got dumped on, and as you said,
yeah,
you just can't do too
Yeah.
much about it.
yeah,
But I think the thought that we're looking at maybes, maybe that'll make some people happy, I don't know.
yeah, yeah.
But it was a source of contention. I mean, you don't cancel school and then you do, and you're bounced around on both sides of the fence regardless of the choices you make.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's a
That's
difficult,
known as damned if you do and damned if you
Yeah.
don't.
you really are,
Exactly.
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm glad that we've considered it, at least for the
Yeah.
sidewalks, because those are pretty wide and those
Yeah.
can become nice ice rinks.
yeah, they do, and we've equipped all the schools, everybody has snow blowers and good snow blowers.
Okay.
My crew, and we have some backups, and my grounds crew kind of morphs into maintaining all that stuff during the winter, and so, we do a custodian calls, and we're there like within minutes,
Right.
because we know how critical that piece of equipment is for them. And if something goes down, then I have guys, we go take up the slack and we do it.
Okay.
So, but keeping that stuff running, and snow blowers have been great.
Good. Good.
Back in the day when we did it, we actually plowed the sidewalks with trucks,
Oh,
and it's a challenge getting a big truck on a sidewalk, but nobody had snow blowers across the board. So that's one thing that I did, is you gotta have the proper stuff to do it.
right.
And ATVs have been a topic of conversation. Brian and I talked about that long term, about utilizing something like that.
Okay.
Because you could use it 12 months out of the year, honestly, on these grounds.
You could,
They can-
yeah.
So, but again, where the needs are, it's just snow blowers are working right now.
Right.
They have the support of my shop, so everything is good to
Okay.
go. We just have to get the storms to work to our advantage. I don't know how else to do it, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Alright.
so,
Well, thank you. I
You're welcome.
appreciate the input.
absolutely, you bet.
Board member input for future agenda items.
Yeah, is this for the future?
Yes.
As I mentioned a while ago, I really would like to have some discussion about the plant science study.
Okay. Note that down. That facility stuff.
And I guess my other question, and maybe this is a lot of where I'm not sure where we are in the status of superintendent. I know that you haven't renewed the superintendent's contract.
Right.
So if we're going to be confronted with looking for a new superintendent, we need beyond that, I guess.
Okay. Well, her review is up. She comes up for review in March or May. But I think, did we decide on that? March or May? I believe it's May.
How long has to be done?
It has to be done by June 1st.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, we can have a conversation about that. Do you want to put that down for the agenda? Oh, sure. Anything else? That being said, the meeting is adjourned. And, oh, wait, no, it's not. Never mind. We have to go into executive session. Was adjourning to go into executive session. I'll entertain a motion to enter into executive session for Idaho Code 74261B.
So moved.
Second.
I'll call for a roll call vote. Just once.
Trustee Quimby,
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Bain.
Yes. Well, you know, for the last time I noticed that previous.
Thank you, Mike.
Like, oh my gosh, not even. I get a better understanding. Shelf. Oh, there you go. Okay, so we've come out of executive session. I'll entertain any motions at this time.
I'll make a motion regarding employee 12.9.21A -1.13.22A that we not release from contract and direct administration to send a letter to the professional standards board.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Are there any other motions to entertain?
I will also make a motion regarding employee 01.13.22B that we also not release from contract and direct administration to send a letter to the professional standards board.
I second that.
Hearing a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. That concludes the meeting. It's 9:39.